Listen here. Now we are going to go to the biggest standard. We did two small standards, right? 501 was very small. 505 also was small only. 510 is small. Small standards we have done. One big standard will go to that. SA 315. I'll just show that to you in your concept book. Which page number? 150? Yes. SA 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Now, in this standard, quickly I'll just show you the mind mapping. There is basics before SA 315, where you'll be just doing these three Roman numbers. And once that is done, you go to the actual standard. It's starting here. SA 315, identifying and assessing the ROM through understanding the entity and its environment. Under this, you are going to see only two things, which is wrap and internal control. For objective of SA 315, wrap, everything is getting completed here. And then you go to internal control. Under internal control, you will be seeing definition, objective, benefit, limitation, study of various aspects, evaluation, testing and special audit considerations. And once you are done with all of this, SA 315 itself gets completed. Very easy standard. It looks like a big standard, but it is an easy standard. How many page numbers are there? 15 pages are there. Now you will be writing the summary notes of this 15 pages in just 2 sides. I will accept only 2 sides, nothing more, nothing less. Is that okay? Alright. Only if you write that, you will feel like, okay, this is not that big a standard, I will easily tackle this. You have to have that feeling. You should not get scared looking at SA 315. Now let me just introduce that to you. The basics before SA 315. Here we have what is audit risk, what is material misstatement, and what is risk of material misstatement. You've been hearing these terms, ROM, material misstatement, and audit risk also you heard in one place. Yes, now we are going to learn in depth as to what are these three things. First is audit risk. Audit risk means the risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. What they are trying to say? When the financial statements are materially misstated, that means when the financial statements are wrong, the auditor gives it as right. This is called as audit risk. The ulta of this is not an audit risk. What is the ulta? The financial statements are right and the auditor says that it is wrong. This is not an audit risk. Audit risk means an auditor gives a wrong opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. Only this part is audit risk. Is that clear? Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that only when financial statements are materially misstated and if the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion, it's called as audit risk? Why? Because if the financial statements are materially misstated and if the auditor says, yes, everything is perfect in this company, there will be so many people who are relying on this. They can invest, they can give the money. There are so many transactions which can happen because of the auditor saying, yes, everything is clean. If the auditor says it is wrong, that it is materially misstated, but in reality that the financial statements are correct only, are people going to rely on this? They will not give the money. So nobody is going to get cheated here. So this is not an audit risk. Is that clear? Audit risk means the risk that auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. All of you together, what is audit risk? You understood the concept. This is a definition, so you also have to use the same words. Audit risk means risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the Financial statements are materially misstated. I want everybody to tell what is audit risk. Audit risk means inappropriate audit opinion. When the audit risk means inappropriate audit opinion, financial statements are materially misstated. Now going to the next sentence here, audit risk is a function of risk of material misstatement and detection risk. What is this risk of material misstatement? What is this detection risk? You will be reading. But before that, what is meant by misstatement? You all thought misstatement means mistake. Now the definition of misstatement. Misstatement refers to the difference between amount classification, presentation or disclosure of a reported financial statement item and the amount classification, presentation or disclosure that is required for the item to be in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error. Did you understand? Did you understand? Now let me tell you a small example, actually 4 examples for each of the scenarios. Now as per AFRF, I have to use WDV method of depreciation and the depreciation value is 5 lakhs. Is that clear? But in reality, in the books of accounts, they have used SLM method and because of that, they are charging depreciation of 7,50,000. Is there a misstatement here? Yes, as per AFRF, it has to be as per depreciation has to be 5 lakhs and as per the books of accounts, the depreciation is given as 7,50,000. So there is a misstatement, there is a difference here. So there is a misstatement. As per AFRF, the amount is misstated here. Is that clear? Yes. Now you all tell me which is a good way of showing the debtors. Is this a good way? Debtors of 10 lakh, provision for bad and doubtful debts 9,99,000 or debtors of 10 lakh, provision for 9,99,000 and finally only 1,000 rupees. Which one is a good way? As per AFRF, it is this one. But in case if they have shown like this, there is a difference between how it has to be shown as per AFRF and how it is in the books of accounts. Now you tell me, salary of 5 lakhs is classified under operating expenses. Is it correct? Salary of 5 lakhs, it is classified under operating expenses. Is it correct? No. Where should it be classified? Employee benefit. Correct? Which one is right? The second one is right. Now say for example, the books of accounts is shown like this, but as per AFRF, it is required under employee benefit expenses. There is a classification difference. Classification difference. I told you there can be an amount difference. I told you that can be a presentation difference. I told you that there can be a classification difference. Disclosure of contingent liability, even if there is no contingent liability, you are supposed to show that as part of your financial statements. Yes or no? But in the books of accounts, nothing is given. Is there a difference as per AFRF what is required and in the books of accounts? This is difference in disclosures. How many differences we saw? Difference in amount, presentation, classification and disclosure. Did you understand each of the terminologies? Yes. What did we see for amount? WDV, SLM, there is a difference in accounting policy also, but here we saw that WDV it was 5 lakhs and when he did SLM it was 7,50,000. So we said that amount is difference. There is a difference in amount. The second one, what did we see? difference in presentation, for that provision for bad and doubtful debts has to be shown as subtraction from debtors only. If in the books of accounts they are showing it separately in the liability side, it is not as per AFRF, so there is a difference in presentation. The third one, what did we see? Salary has to be classified under employee benefit expenses, but in the books of accounts they have classified salary under operating expenses, so there is a difference in classification. As per AFRF, there should be a disclosure saying there is no contingent liability even if there is nothing, but in the books of accounts, because there is nothing, they just left it like that. There is a difference in disclosure. We saw 4 differences from AFRF to books of accounts. These 4, if it is there only, you will be calling that as a misstatement. Now when I taught you essay 200, I told you for now misstatement means mistake, for now material misstatement means important mistake. Now in essay 315 you are studying that misstatement means a mistake can be in amount, classification, presentation or disclosure. Now please read the definition. Misstatement refers to difference between amount, classification, presentation or disclosure of a reported financial statement item. That means as per the financial statements, that is the books of accounts, the amount, classification, presentation, disclosure, and the amount, classification, presentation or disclosure that is required for the item to be in accordance with AFRF. So basically the difference in amount, classification, presentation, disclosure in AFRF what is required, in the financial statements what you have written. If there is any difference, then you will call that as a misstatement. Is that clear? Definition you have to write as it is. Misstatement refers to the difference between 4 things: presentation and disclosure of a reported financial statement item and amount, classification, presentation and disclosure that is required for the item to be in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Is it clear for everybody? Everybody together. Misstatement refers to the amount, classification, presentation and disclosure of a reported financial statement item and the amount, classification, presentation, disclosure that is required for the item to be in accordance with AFRF. What is the definition of audit risk? The risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. What is the definition of misstatement? Misstatement refers to the difference between amount, classification, presentation and disclosure of a reported financial statement item and amount, classification, presentation and disclosure that is required to be disclosed as per AFRF. Is it clear? Misstatement can arise from fraud or error. This you already know. What is fraud, what is error, what is the difference between them? Intention is the difference between fraud or error. Overall financial statement level, risk of material misstatement that relate pervasively to the financial statement as a whole and potentially affect many assertions. Misstatement can exist at 2 levels. The assertion level for account balance, class of transaction and disclosure. I hope you know what is account balance, what is class of transaction and what is disclosure. What is account balance? Balance sheet items. What is class of transaction? P&L items, and disclosure is notes to accounts. The assertion level for account balance, class of transaction and disclosure, in that assertion level itself misstatement can be there, or risk of material misstatement at assertion is assessed in order to determine the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Give me a second. What happened? Sorry? What happened? Oh, when I said 1 second, you thought, sir, fully you're thinking about that only. You're not thinking about misstatement, audit risk and all. Now, the misstatement can be at assertion level, or the risk of material misstatement at assertion is assessed for what? Why are you seeing that whether there is a misstatement? Why are you seeing that the risk of material misstatement, whether it is low or high and all of those things? Why? For you to do your audit procedures, yes or no? If the risk of material misstatement is extremely high, then you will do more number of audit procedures. Yes, if risk of material misstatement is low, you will be a little lethargic. So risk of material misstatement at assertion is assessed in order to determine the further audit procedures, the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. Why are you doing this audit procedures? To get the audit evidence, to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Is that clear? Yes. Moving forward to components of risk of material misstatement. Here itself you would have seen audit risk is a function of risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Yes. Now you need to know what is this risk of material misstatement and what is the detection risk. Components of risk of material misstatement. Risk of material misstatement is split into two. One is inherent risk and the other one is controlled risk. Now just read what is the meaning of inherent risk. Inherent risk is the susceptibility of assertion about a class of transaction, account balance or disclosure to a misstatement that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before consideration of any related controls as described in SA 200. What they are trying to tell, what is the meaning of inherent risk? Inherent risk is a risk where it is not in the control of your hands. If the whole industry fails and you are part of that industry, then you will also definitely fail. You know, previously there was something called MSc. Now NSC and BSc is there. What is NSC, BSc? National Stock Exchange. BSc is Bombay Stock Exchange. You know that. Previously there was something called MSc. You know that? Madras Stock Exchange. Every city used to have a stock exchange. So if somebody pays that money and becomes a member of this Madras Stock Exchange, now the stock exchange itself is not there. SEBI has told only two are regulated exchanges, one is NSE, one is BSE. Now a person who has become a member of this MSE, what happens to his career? What happens to his career? Fully gone, correct? Maybe he will trade in NSE or maybe he will trade in BSE, but here he was able to do portfolio management. He was an authorized broker, but now he cannot become an authorized broker. Was it in the control of his hands? No, it is not in the control of his hands. That is called as inherent risk. Inherent risk is a risk which is not in the control of our hands. Now you studied fully 10 hours every day for 3 months. You have put in that effort and you have written your exams also very, very well. But still, pass percentage, ICA has decided 0.5 percentage. Previously it was like this only. If it is like that, even if something bad happens, what you will tell? Pass percentage is like that, that is why. It is inherent. Previously it was like that. Really it was like that previously. 1 percentage, less than 1 percentage. That was the pass percentage. Nowadays only they are giving what? 20 percentage, correct? 15, single group 1, I myself have seen 20 percentage for inter. If you see final only, it will be less than 10%, 8%, 9% only, and final we'll see. Inter they are giving 15%, 20%, they are easily giving. But before and all, if you see, pass percentage used to be 1%. I am not saying when I studied. My parents that time, because my friend's dad was there, for me my membership number is 250948. Actually, there is one story for this membership. Now, I already told you. I didn't tell you. Actually, what happened? Karthik sir finished his CA final much earlier. He finished his CA final. I was still writing. I told you group 2 I was struggling to complete like anything. I took attempts. So about 1.5 years it took for me. What he did, he waited for me for that convocation. Together we will do the convocation. Like that he kept on waiting. One attempt went, another attempt went, another attempt went. He kept on waiting. Group 2 I kept struggling and struggling and struggling, but I knew only one group is there. I'm definitely going to clear. So he told it's okay. You take your own sweet time. I'll keep on waiting. Finally, after I cleared, we have to get the membership number, correct? We wanted next to next numbers. So what I told him, you only cleared first. Yours should come as the first number. So he put in the night around 9:30. We are applying for that membership number. He did his application first, and immediately after him, I don't want anyone else to do. That's why we selected night time. Everyone will be sleeping. Only we'll do. So next itself, I applied for my number. We did not think that the next morning they will do it on last in first out basis, LIFO basis. So what they did, they gave me number as 250948. For him it's 250949. Fate, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. What I was about to say, we were in inherent risk. Why I went to member? In olden days, when my friend's dad is a chartered accountant, when I got my membership number, I told him, Uncle, finally I have completed my CA. I got the membership number. His membership number is in thousands. It's in thousands. Some 7,005, something like that. It's in 1,000 or 77,000, like this, something like this. So just think of it, in India, thousands of people only were able to clear. Now it is 2,50,000. Maybe when you come it will be 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakhs. It will be like that. Yes or no? But when I saw his membership number, he was telling, when I told my membership number, he asked me. I said 250. He got shocked. 2 lakh chartered accountants are there. I said 2 lakhs is a very small number, no uncle. He said no, minus some thousands. And then he told his number. I forgot. It was 7,005 or 77,000. I'm not sure. Now, if ICA gives like that, can anyone clear? Out of 100 people, only 1% will clear. Actually, you know what? Even now, the reality is, if 100 people register for CA Foundation, only 1% in the first attempt will become a CA. Have you done that calculation? In the first attempt I'm saying, have you done that calculation? No? In CA Foundation, say 100 people are writing. How many of them will clear? 25 will clear. 25 are going to inter. How many of them will clear in first attempt inter? 20%. Even if you keep 20%, how many here? 4 or 5? Now out of this 4 or 5, in CA final, how many of them will clear? 1. That only I keep saying, out of 100, if you clear in first attempt, all in first attempt, that means you are 1% in India itself. Anybody writing first attempt here? First attempt. Few people are there. If you clear CA inter in first attempt and CA final in first attempt, you are 1% in India itself. Less than 1% in India itself. Try for rank. If you are like that, you can try for a rank. Inter also you can have a rank. Final also you can have a rank. Last attempt was the first time one of my students got a rank. How many of you all saw that podcast? You saw the podcast? All India rank 30. Even I was shocked. Really, even I was shocked. First time I saw a rank. He said, I saw your lectures. I saw all of these things. So it's such a proud moment. You know what is the problem, guys? We don't even aim for a rank. We don't even aim for a rank. When I asked him also in that podcast, he will say, ma'am, I didn't even expect a rank myself. I didn't study for rank and all. But I studied for good marks. I aimed for exemption. Rank was a bonus. Why like that? Why our level itself is so low? Were you like that in school? How competitive you were. I want to get that first rank. I want to get that second rank. You at least had that thought. I'm not asking whether you got it or not. But you had that thought that you should get that first rank. You should get that second rank. Where is that thought now? The thought itself is I want to pass. How many of you all are thinking enough if I pass? Thought itself is bad. The level you are keeping is here. I want to pass means you yourself are thinking you want to pass means how evaluator will give the marks for you to pass. You should aim for rank. You should aim for 60 plus in all subjects. Keep 2 or 3 subjects which is your favorite subject. If you are writing both groups, 2 or 3 you can select. If you are writing single group, still you can select 2 subjects because actually you are studying for 4 subjects. Yes or no? FM, SM, 2 completely different subjects. And people are thinking SM is waste. Last attempt they showed. Yes or no? SM was so easy. FM was so difficult. People who studied SM properly, they will definitely pass. See it as 4 different subjects. Keep 2 at least. I have to aim for 70 plus. 70 plus in 2 subjects. Remaining 2 you can get 60 plus. You do that calculation for 50 marks and all, you do the calculation. It is possible. I am not saying you must get. I am asking you to aim for it. Whether you get or not is secondary, but aiming itself 45 vanda podu ma'am. 2 subjects I'll aim for 50 plus 60 plus. 1 subject 40 plus. No, aiming itself is bad. Don't do that mistake. Aim for 60 plus 70 plus. Think of yourself how you were in school. How motivated you were in school. How competitive you were in school. Where is that person? Where did they disappear? Seniors will tell multiple things. Your peers, your friends will tell multiple things. But you know how you were in school. You should bring that competitive energy back. Only then you will clear. Don't have that thing like, I have achieved if I pass. Nothing. Don't keep it like that. You have achieved if you've gotten 60 plus in all subjects. It is possible. I am telling you, it is possible to get 60 plus in all the subjects. It is definitely possible, guys. When I kept failing, group 2 I told you I kept failing. One point I decided, I really need to clear this. After a point, you know what happens? Say, we will write the exam. Whatever they give, let them give. Like that, I also became like that. After 2 attempts, the third attempt, I did not study properly. Let them give what they give. After that only, I told myself, I should not be so lethargic. I should make up my mind that I will definitely clear. I threw my smartphone, I already told you, I had a basic phone. For 3 months, I moved to one city to another city. It is like a village there. No amenities, nothing. I moved there. 3 months I put in my hard work. You know what was my only motivation? To get at least 1 mark more than Karthik sir. At least 1 mark more than Karthik sir. And he had gotten all subjects above 60 plus. All above 60 plus except for that ISPA paper. I wanted all 60 plus and I actually achieved it. I was able to achieve it only because 3 months I put in that effort. It will be difficult. I'm not saying easily 3 months you can just lock yourself. It is going to be difficult. But you took this course not thinking this is easy course. You will finish in 4 years, become a CA. You took this course very knowingly that it is a very difficult course. If you know that it is a difficult course, you should also be willing to put in that hard work. Just a matter of 2 or 3 months. That's it. If you put in that effort, definitely success is yours. But keep your bar high. Tell yourself that you will aim for 60 plus, 65 plus, 70 plus. People are getting 70. How is it possible for them? If it is possible for them, it is possible for you also. You thought like that when you went to school. Maybe you got first rank in school, maybe you got 5th or 6th rank, maybe 20th rank also, but still in your head how you were. Somebody else is getting first, second rank, I also should get first or second rank. You had that thought process. Change your mindset, guys. Very, very important. Now coming to inherent risk. Inherent risk means if the industry itself is falling, then the company which is there in that industry, nobody can save it. Automatically it will fall only. For example, during COVID time, If there is a Oyo, will anyone go there? No. There is an inherent risk for that Oyo hotel during COVID time that everything is shut, so Oyo is also shut. Now read this. Inherent risk is susceptibility of assertion about ABCD to a misstatement that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other material misstatement before consideration of any related control. Here they are talking about before consideration of related control, because if they consider the control, it becomes control risk. What is control risk? Control risk is with relation to the internal controls. If the internal control, what is internal control? It is by the management, for the management. Example, TVR. I'll also give you another example here. Did I already tell you about Swiggy? No. I don't know how many of you all would have tried this. In Swiggy, if you order something and if you don't like something, you can return the food and you can get the refund. Say for example, you are getting the refund. Is somebody going to come and collect the food? No. They are not going to collect the food. So can you get food from Swiggy, eat it, ask them for return? No one is going to come and collect the food and they will give the money back. Now with that money again you will purchase, again you will go for refund. Basically you can keep eating even without paying for the food. That is possible in Swiggy. Don't try it. Don't try it. You will get stomach pain. Don't try. But Swiggy's internal control is so weak that whoever asks for refund, they are actually giving. Nowadays at least they are asking few questions. Initial days, directly they'll ask for photo. If you just put photo of yourself taking selfie, or if you put a blank screen photo, still they will process the refund. It was like that before. Nowadays they are asking few questions. Which item was the problem? So I will refund only for that item. Like that they are asking, but still they are refunding the money even without any kind of proof. No person is coming here to take the items back also. So you can keep eating for free. What does it say? It says that the internal control is weak in Swiggy. So Swiggy has that chatbot, correct? The chatbot is talking to you. Chatbot is processing the refund. Chatbot is giving the money back. That chatbot is supposed to verify that picture which you have shown. If you say it is spilt and you are showing the photo, the chatbot is supposed to verify. Nowadays AI integration and all is there. AI will easily be able to see that photo and see whether it is really spilt or not. Yes or no? So they should do all of these things to make their internal controls stronger. PVR example we saw, Swiggy example we saw. Now what is the control risk? It is the risk that misstatement that could occur in an assertion about ABCD and that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements will not be prevented, detected or corrected on a timely basis by entity's internal control. Swiggy's internal control, you said it is weak because it was not able to prevent a fraud that you are doing. It was not able to detect a fraud that you are doing. It was not able to correct the fraud also. It just processed the refund. So the internal control which is done by the management and for the management is not adequately able to prevent, detect or correct a misstatement. If it is like that, you will say that there is a control risk. Inherent risk, they just said there is a misstatement other than controls. They just finished it off like that. Read it here. Control risk is a risk that misstatement could occur in the assertions about ABCD. That is material either individual or an aggregate. It will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis by the entity's internal control. What is the meaning of detection risk? Detection risk means the risk that procedures performed by the auditor to reduce the audit risk to an acceptably low level will not detect a misstatement that exists and that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other material misstatements. What are they saying about detection risk? Detection risk means it is the risk that the procedures performed by auditor to reduce the audit risk to an acceptably low level will not detect a misstatement. That means as an auditor, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements. It is your duty to see that it is whether really free from material misstatement or not. Say for example, you are not able to find that material misstatement. Then that is called as detection risk, that is unable to detect a misstatement. It is a procedure performed by the auditor to reduce the audit risk to an acceptably low level, but will not detect a misstatement that exists, but it could be material. Unable to detect is called as detection risk. Is that clear, guys? Now, see here. Audit risk is a function of risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Risk of material misstatement is a function of inherent risk and control risk. Are you able to follow it? Yes. Inherent risk means what? If the industry itself falls, then the company also will fall. Control risk means what? The internal control of the organization is unable to prevent, detect or control or correct a misstatement. Detection risk means what? An auditor is unable to detect. All of these put together only is audit risk. Audit risk is a function of risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Audit risk is also a function of inherent risk, control risk and detection risk. They can write like this. See here, audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Audit risk is equal to inherent risk, control risk and detection risk. Risk of material misstatement is equal to inherent risk and control risk. Is that clear? Yes, guys. With this, are you clear? Quickly, let's finish off till here. We saw what is audit risk. What is audit risk? It means the risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. Then we went to what is materially misstated. What is the meaning of material misstatement? Difference between amount classification presented in disclosure of a reported financial statement item and the amount classification presentation and disclosure what that is required for the item to be as per AFRF. Then we went to components of risk of material misstatement. Components of risk of material misstatement is 2, inherent risk and control risk. Components of audit risk is 3, inherent risk, control risk and detection risk. Is that clear, guys? Shall we do these questions? We'll finish these questions and then close. Sir has come down. Alright. First one. Wear and Tear Private Limited is a startup which is engaged in providing holistic solutions to problem of paddy stubble burning, mainly catering to needs of farmers of northwestern India. Due to importance given by government to these issues, companies have entered into the market in the past few years. Many of these companies have not been successful and have gone bust. As an auditor, can you spot the component of risk of material misstatement involved in above? The industry itself is falling, so Wear and Tear Private Limited automatically will fall. So it is inherent risk. Please make note in your book. The second one, a company has devised a control that its inventory of perishable goods is stored in appropriate conditions in a controlled environment to prevent any damages to inventory. Responsibility is fixed to 2 people to monitor environment using the sensors and to report on the deviations. What is a component of risk of material mistake? They are talking about controls, so it is automatically control risk. Shri Foods Private Limited is engaged in manufacturing of garlic bread. The auditors have planned audit procedures in respect of recognition of being alluded to revenues of the company. Despite that, there is a possibility that misstatement in revenue recognition is not identified by the audit procedures. Which risk? This is detection risk. Did you understand what is inherent risk, what is controlled risk, and what is detection risk? Yes, guys? Alright. Okay, now we are done with basics before SA 315. Tomorrow itself, I will be mostly completing SA 315 itself. The entire standard we will aim to complete tomorrow. Summary notes we will write the next day. Is that clear, guys? Time is only 12:42. Shall we start the class after the long commercial break? So much of abnormal loss in this break. What? No break. More than 25 minutes of break. So let me tell you, internal control we will start now. Break only. In that line you were talking to friends. Okay, fine. Listen here. Internal control I am going to start now. I want to finish the entire internal control today itself. Whenever I feel that it is too much for you, I will stop and I will give a break. Alright? Is that okay? Okay. Now what is the meaning of internal control? Guys, listen here. What is the meaning of internal control? It is a rule which is by the management and it is for the management. Till now, this is how you read what is internal control. Now I am going to give you the definition of internal control. As per SA 315, internal control may be defined as the process which is designed, implemented and maintained by management and TCWG to provide reasonable assurance with regard to four things. What are the four things? It is basically a rule by the management for the management, but what is the purpose? To provide some reasonable assurance with respect to four items. What are those four items? The first one is reliability of financial reporting. What is the meaning of financial reporting? Financial reporting is nothing but your accounting. Reliability of financial reporting, how will it increase if the internal control is strong? The internal control is a rule which is made by the management for the management. Yes or no? We saw numerous examples for that. One of the examples which I have told you is when they are entering the journal entry, they will have a rule that this specific person only has the access to enter the journal entry. The second person must have the access for reviewing the journal entry. No other people in the organization must have access to even touch that computer. This is an internal control which is framed by whom? By the management. For whom? For the management. If the auditor is satisfied that this rule is working properly, that means the internal control is operating effectively and efficiently. If he is satisfied like that, can the auditor rely on the financial statements? Yes. He knows that exactly the person who is responsible only is entering the information. The person who is responsible for approving only is reviewing and approving the information. So he can rely on that accounts which is prepared by the management. See another case, everybody in the organization has access to the computer. Everybody in the organization knows the password of that computer. Password is nothing but 0000. If it is like that, then the internal control is not effective. If the internal control is not effective, you as an auditor, they are telling you also, sir, you take the password, sir, all 0. Everyone knows in our organization. That means you know that everyone in the organization has access to go and put an entry there also. Now they have prepared and presented the financial statement. Will you rely on that? No. So the internal control is to provide a reasonable assurance about the reliability of financial reporting. Is that clear? Yes? It is for safeguarding the assets also. For example, you take a company like Westside or Zudio or whatever favorite brand you want. Is it possible for you to enter, pick up whatever clothes you want and exit? No. They will scan. Otherwise, it is going to beep. Yes or no? That is safeguarding of the assets. Safeguarding of assets has to happen at all levels, not only for the stock, but also for fixed asset also. Any kind of asset, it has to be safeguarded, and for that, internal control only is going to help them. Is that clear? Compliance with applicable laws and regulations. For example, internal control is for carbon credits. Do you know what is the meaning of carbon credits? No? Carbon credits is basically like if an industry is there and if that industry is polluting so much, then every industry will have carbon credit as a whole and every company will have carbon credit for them. Say for example, every company is given 1000 carbon credits. That means some unit of pollution only will be allowed in the environment, which is equivalent to 1000 carbon credits. For example, this company, instead of 1000, they are using 1200. That means they have to purchase 200 other carbon credits from another company which is polluting. Now this company is using only 700. Remaining 300 is there. This 300 will be sold to this company. Sorry, 200 will be sold to this company, and for that they will get a PC, that will get a purchase consideration for that. Now, the company which is polluting is encouraged to pollute less because they will have excess carbon credits which they can sell to another person. This is tradable in nature. So this person is encouraged to reduce his pollution, yes or no? Then only he can sell more and make more money. And the purchase who is polluting the environment more, he is punished because he will have to pay more because he is polluting. Are you understanding? He is also encouraged to reduce the pollution level. So industry as a whole, they will have carbon credits which is tradable. So they know that if it is a textile industry, so much of pollution happens in textile industry. Yes or no? So much water is used. So many rivers are being polluted. This much amount only you can pollute. Like that they will fix for every industry, and between them these credits are tradable in nature. In US, if you see, all the industries, they have carbon credits. In India also we have started using, but they are not trading it as frequently as it is happening in US. Now, if there is an internal control for this pollution, this much pollution every day should be there. For that, one person is appointed. He has to make sure of how much pollution we are emitting in the environment every single day. Now, the internal control is there for an applicable law and regulation. So the auditor knows that this law is properly followed. They have a specific person appointed for that. So for laws and regulation also it can be used. Is that clear, guys? Effectiveness and efficiency of operations. In a company, have you seen there is a control that people have to enter at this time only. They have to stay in office for a minimum period of 7 to 8 hours. Like that, if there is a control, how are they going to have the internal control? You all tell me. Every person has to stay for 7 to 8 hours. How will they have? They will have either biometric or they will have access card which will be there behind their ID card. They'll show that access card and they'll go inside. So there is a log which is being created, who is entering, who is exiting, what time they're entering, what time they're exiting, everything like that. That is effectiveness and efficiency of the operations. The operation level also, this internal control can be used in the organization. Is that clear? So this internal control is designed, implemented and maintained by whom? Management and TCWG. For what? To provide a reasonable assurance for the achievement of entities' objectives with regard to these 4 things. What are those 4 things? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, and laws and regulations. Is that clear, guys? As per SA 315, internal control may be defined as the process designed, implemented and maintained by management or TCWG to provide reasonable assurance. Till now we saw obtaining reasonable assurance because it was the objective of the auditor. The auditor's objective is to obtain the reasonable assurance and see whether there are material misstatement and whether it is free from fraud or error. That time we will obtain. Now we are seeing internal control for the management. So they will be providing. Is that clear? To provide the reasonable assurance about achievement of entity's objectives with regard to these 4 objectives. What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, safeguarding the assets, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, and laws and regulations. Going to the next one, objectives of internal control. Now, most of the time, if you see the objectives, these 4 things will be there. Now, you all tell me, you are sitting here in class, you are in 3rd floor. Admin is there for this class, yes or no? Admin is sitting in 1st floor. Now the writing pads that you all are having, say you are able to take the writing pad and you are going home. Chittappa is there every day. He is coming to class. One day he is coming. One writing pad along with the book. He is keeping the writing pad also in his bag. And he is going. Tomorrow again he is coming. One more writing pad. He is taking and he is going home. Is it possible? Yes. It is. Don't say Chittappa not capable for this also. It is possible. Anybody can take it and go. But can you take the chair and go? Then somebody will see. Yes or no? This is not possible, but writing pad is definitely possible. Now with that in mind, you see that objectives of internal control. Transactions are executed in accordance with management's general or specific authorization. Now this class example itself will take. There is a general authorization saying today all the workout books are given. You please collect it from the admin. Like that, if I tell all of you can go and collect that workout book. Yes or no? If I tell concept book also few people are there. I am giving the names of those few people. Color book is available. You please go and collect it. If I tell like that, I am giving a specific authorization only for few students to collect the concept book also along with the workout book. But if I just give announcement, all workout books down, all of you go and take it. That means there is a general authorization which is applicable for everybody. Is that clear? Transactions are executed in accordance with management's general or specific authorization. Usually internal control for this, we will be taking the petty cash also. In company example now, for petty cash if you see, until 10,000 rupees, the person who is responsible for petty cash, he himself can give. After 10,000 rupees till 50,000 rupees, the manager has to give his signature. Anything above 50,000 rupees, the director has to put his signature. Anything above 1 lakh, you don't take from petty cash. You please take it as a bank transfer. Like that, I am framing the controls in the organization. Now you understood what is internal control? Yes. Now when I said less than 10,000, anybody can take with what? Approval of the petty cashier itself. That is a general authorization I have given. All the others, above 10, one person will sign. Above 50, another person will sign. Above 1 lakh, don't take from here, take from the bank. We'll do NEFT transfer. If it is like that, that is a specific authorization. Are you able to understand the objective of the internal control? The first objective. The second one, all the transactions are recorded in correct amount, correct account, and correct period in which it is executed. The correct amount, it has to be recorded. For that, we will have the maker checker concept. One person is going to record the amount. We saw that if the invoice is having 5,02,423, how you will write an exam? 5,02,432. Like that you will write an exam. Or 342, like that. Mix and match. Please don't do like this. For this, in company setup, what I will do, one person you keep writing. Another person you check only the amount. Like that, I will have a maker checker concept. Now again, I am framing an internal control specifically whether the amount is correct or not. All transactions are recorded in correct amount, in the correct account, and also in the correct period. Say 28th of March, there was a sale which happened for which I have collected the money. On 5th of April, the goods actually went to them. On 6th of April, goods didn't reach them, it went off in accident. Can I show this as a sale? Can I show this as a sale? AS9, revenue recognition, says that sale is happening when? When the ownership is transferred. Was the ownership transferred? So as on 31st March, even though I have collected the advance, should I show it as revenue of that year? No, it has to be transferred to the next year, and then next year you see whether ownership has transferred or not, and then you decide whether you have to recognize it as revenue. So that period, that amount should be there. For that, again I will have a maker and a checker principle, that is internal controls objective. The first objective we saw that there should be a general and specific authorization, and the second objective we saw that it should be in the correct amount, in the correct account, and also in the correct period. Assets are safeguarded from unauthorized access, use, or unauthorized disposition. Here in class, do we have any safeguarding of assets? If tomorrow itself someone knows how to remove the camera, can you remove the camera, put in your bag, and leave? Yes, it is possible. Internal controls are weak. You can easily take that projector, put it in that bag, and go. Internal controls are weak. How many pads are there? Do we know? We don't know. Internal controls are weak. Assets should be safeguarded from unauthorized access, unauthorized use, or unauthorized disposition. The recorded assets are compared with the existing assets at reasonable intervals, that is physical verification. In case if they know the exact count, 150 students are sitting here, so 150 pads only I will keep. Tomorrow if one pad is missing, I know whom to ask. I will ask these 150 students only. Or when students come, I will write the name on the pad and give it to them. Now it is your responsibility. Temporarily, I will just write the name. Till you are here, you can use the pad, and you are only responsible for your name. Like that, physical verification of inventory at adequate intervals, if they are doing, then that itself is the objective of internal control. That is, they are doing for safeguarding of the asset. We saw there, correct? For internal control definition, we saw that the objectives, 4 objectives are there. In that, one was safeguarding of assets. So here, how are you going to safeguard the asset? The objective of internal control is saying the recorded assets are compared with the existing assets. That is nothing but the physical verification of assets. 4 points are there for objectives of internal control. What are the 4? The transactions are by general or specific authorization. All the transactions are in correct amount, correct account, and in the correct period. Assets are properly safeguarded from unauthorized access, unauthorized use, or unauthorized disposition. Disposition means what? You are selling the asset. You are bringing another person. One beautiful AC is there. It is a tower AC. Usually if you buy from outside, it will cost about 75,000 rupees. I am giving you for just 10,000 rupees. Come and take it and go. Like that, if you are able to sell this AC, what will happen? Internal control is weak. So that is safeguarding from disposition of the asset, and recorded assets are compared with existing assets at reasonable intervals. These 4 are objectives of internal control. Again, what is the definition of internal control? It is a process which is designed, implemented, and maintained by the management or TCWG to provide a reasonable assurance for the achievement of these 4 objectives. What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, safeguarding of assets, laws and regulation, effectiveness and efficiency of operations. What is the objectives of internal control? Transactions are executed with a general or specific authorization. All the transactions are at correct amount, correct account, and correct period. Third is The assets are safeguarded from unauthorized access, use or disposition. And the last one is physical verification of asset. Is that clear? Can we move forward? Now before we move forward, let's quickly see the mind mapping. We did not see that, correct? The first one is the definition of internal control. The second is objective of internal control. Third is benefits of internal control. What are the benefits for auditor? Why should the auditor be bothered about this internal control? You all tell me. Why should the auditor be bothered? You said internal control is by the management. It is for the management. Now, what benefit do I have? Whether financial statements is reliable, okay. Now, based on that, what are you going to find? What? How is it going to benefit the auditor? To give the opinion, but base level, the opinion is the conclusion. What is the base level? You will be doing your audit procedures to get your audit evidence. How you have to put your audit procedure, how many audit procedures you will have to do, how will you know that? Based on the risk. Yes or no? So, by seeing the internal control, the auditor is able to identify the risk of material misstatement. The auditor is able to identify if there is any misstatements which is there. Based on this, he will be doing the audit procedures. Yes or no? Based on this, he will design his audit procedures. So, the auditor is bothered about the internal control only to identify the risk of material misstatement and to identify any other misstatements, and based on that he is going to do his further audit procedures. He will design the further audit procedures. Isn't that clear? Now going to benefits of internal control. Identifying the types of potential misstatements, identifying factors affecting the risk of material misstatement, designing the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. That is why he wants to understand the internal control. The benefits of the auditor to understand the internal control is only to identify the risk of material misstatement, and based on that he will decide how he will be doing his audit procedures. Based on that, yes sir, he will give the conclusion, he will give the opinion, but the base level for understanding the internal control is to know whether you can rely on this, is to know whether any risk is involved. Based on this, I will do my audit procedures. Isn't that clear? So the benefits of understanding of internal control, there are only 3 points which is given here. The first one is identifying the types of potential misstatement, identifying factors giving rise to risk of material misstatement, designing the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. That is the benefits of internal control. Before we go forward, let us first be clear with this. What is the definition of internal control? It is a process designed, implemented and maintained by the management or TCWG to provide reasonable assurance for the achievement of 4 objectives. What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding the assets. Last one is for laws and regulations. Everybody clear with the definition? Yes. Now what are the objectives? There are 4 objectives which is given. The first one is authorization, whether it can be general or specific. Second one, the recording should be proper with respect to amount, account and the period, and these 2 are with respect to assets. One is talking about safeguarding of assets and the other one is physical verification of asset. Isn't that clear? Now going to the benefits for the auditor. Benefits for auditor is to identify any risk of material misstatement, and based on that he will know if there is any potential misstatements which is there. Based on this he is going to do the designing of nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. So the benefit is identifying risk of material misstatement, any potential misstatement if it is there, and designing the nature, extent, and timing of further audit procedures. Isn't that all? Can we move on to the next one, which is talking about limitations? Yes? Limitations of internal control. Quickly, let's see what and all is there. Limitations, and after that, study of various aspects, and then evaluation, testing, and special audit considerations. That's all it's there. Now, we are in limitation of internal control. Now, for PVR example, whose name I took? Roshan. Roshan and girlfriend, they went to PVR cinemas, correct? Okay, someone, Roshan itself will take for now. Now, outside in the cinema theater, there is one person who is standing. What movie he booked? Tell some waste movie. Where no one will come. Vijay movies I will not accept. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Which movie? Any other movie? Indian 2 itself I'll take. Hey, Bigil is nice only. Bigil movie is good only. Okay, fine. You all Vijay haters. You take Puli movie itself. Puli movie, theater, re-release. Who will go for this? Who will go for this? No one will go. But Roshan and his girlfriend, they saw this as opportunity. Now, where they will book the theater, where they will book the seat, corner seat. Will they book single seat or double seat? Only one seat he booked. He told girlfriend to go inside, and Roshan after some time he went inside. Now both of them in this corner seat, finally they watched that Puli movie, enjoyed and came. Who is the loser here? The PVR cinemas. They are the loser here because the person who is standing here and he is approving to go inside, yes, he doesn't know what he is doing itself. He will simply see your phone and he will allow you inside. Have you tried this? You will say people are inside and you will enter the cinema theater without even showing. How many of you all have done that? You've not done it? No, after buying ticket only I am asking. After buying ticket, to not show the, you all go for movies? You all go for movies? Anything apart from studies, apart from auditing, costing, you all go for movies, correct? At that time you will show that phone always. Every time you show the, I don't show the phone. I will always say, people are inside, I will go. But I will buy the ticket, not like Roshan and girlfriend. I will buy the ticket and I will say, people are inside and I will go off. I don't have practice of showing, them scanning and all of those things. The person who is actually here, he doesn't know why he is standing there. He doesn't know the reason as to why he is there. Is that clear? Now you all tell me, what is the definition of internal control? It is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained to provide. To provide what? To provide a reasonable assurance. That itself is the first point. The internal control only provides a reasonable assurance and it is not a guarantee. Now, always, whenever there is human involved, then there can be mistakes which has happened. We say human error. It is always possible. So that is the second point. Humans are involved. Now you all tell me, if the guy who is standing here, if his friend comes, and friend is Vijay fan, friend is saying Puli movie or Sachin movie, I don't care, I will enjoy Vijay movie. So friend is coming, he wants to watch the movie. Will he ask for ticket? No, he will not ask for a ticket. He will allow his friend to go inside. That is collusion among the people. Two people will come and they will do the fraud together. So collusion among people is possible. That also is a limitation of internal control. Now you all tell me, who is doing this internal control? It is by the management. So the judgment is taken by the management only. We as auditor, we are seeing the internal control which is done by the management. That itself becomes the next limitation. Judgment by management. Is that clear? Now the person who is standing here and he is checking all the tickets, does he understand his work properly? According to him, his work is whether Roshan comes or his girlfriend comes or another girlfriend comes also, he will allow them inside. He will not really see whether the ticket is there, what is the seat number, whether they have booked for the show only. Are they checking all of those things? The person who is performing the internal control does not understand why the control is framed in the first place. That is the other limitation. There are 5 limitations which is here. There must be reasonable assurance. Second is, it is done by human only, so errors are possible. Collusion among people, known to people if they come, then they can do the fraud together. Judgment is by the management, so we have to trust the management. That itself becomes a limitation. And last one, the person who is performing the internal control might not understand the purpose of why the internal control was there in the first place. These 5 are limitations of internal control. Is that clear? Going to the text, first one, internal control can provide only reasonable assurance. There is human judgment, so that decision making can be faulty and breakdown in internal control is possible. Lack of understanding the purpose. The operation of a control will not be effective, such as where information produced for the purpose of internal control. For example, exception report is not effectively used because individual responsible for reviewing does not understand. A person who is supposed to review does not understand why he has to review itself. Then how will that review be efficient? In our example, the lack of understanding of purpose is PVR. Here also human judgment also PVR. Fourth one, collusion among people. Again, this person, if his friend comes, he will allow inside the theatre. Controls can be circumvented. That means it can be surpassed by the collusion of 2 or more people or inappropriate management override of internal control. Judgment by the management. In designing and implementing the control, management makes a judgment on the nature and extent of control it chooses to implement and the nature and the extent of the risk it chooses to assume. What is the limitation in case of small entities? For small entities, can you have internal control? Internal control is basically saying, petty cash, I am responsible. After 10,000, you have to get the signature of the manager. After 50,000, you get the signature of the director. After 1 lakh, you don't take the money from petty cash. This is internal control which is there for big organization where multiple people are working. You imagine, there is only 2 people in the organization. Now one person is responsible for petty cash. The other person, if they want, they can take it from him. Now where is the internal control coming here? Now for small organization, it is very difficult to implement this internal control itself. That is the 6th point. Limitation in case of small entities when there are few employees, due to which segregation itself cannot be possible. So here there will be only owner manager will be able to exercise more effective oversight than in a larger entity. Here only 2 people are there, means just those 2 people will take care of internal control. That itself will become a limitation of internal control. We saw 6 points for the limitations of internal control. The first one is, it only gives a reasonable assurance and not a absolute assurance. Second, human judgment is involved. Third, lack of understanding why I am doing this job, I myself don't know. Fourth, collusion among people where they can circumvent the internal control which is framed. And fifth is judgment by the management. And last one is, for small entities it is difficult to implement. Is that clear? Can we move on to the next one? Quickly going back to mind mapping. First we saw the definition, which is a process which is designed, implemented, and maintained by management and TCWG to provide a reasonable assurance with regard to 4 objectives. Next, objectives of internal control, we saw 4, actually only 3 because assets 2 points are there. The benefits of internal control for the auditor is to identify the risk of material misstatement and the potential misstatements if possible, and regarding that he will be designing the nature, extent and timing of the further audit procedures. Then we went to limitation, 6 points. Now we have to go to the 5th Roman number, that is study of various aspects. Under that we have general nature, characteristics of internal control, under that purpose of internal control. The purpose of internal control is the reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, its compliance with applicable laws and regulations, safeguarding of assets. Are these new points? Where did we see the same 4 points? In the definition, we saw for the achievement of these 4 objectives, that is only the purpose. Why do you require the internal control? For the achievement of these 4 objectives, you require the internal control. What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, compliance with applicable laws and regulations, and safeguarding of the assets. Isn't it easy? The second one is existence of a satisfactory internal control environment. It is not an absolute deterrent to fraud. What is the meaning of this? Just because internal control is designed, implemented and maintained properly by the management, and it is also operating effectively and efficiently, can I say that there is no fraud which is happening in the organization? No, it is not an absolute deterrent to fraud, because internal control itself is only giving a reasonable assurance. That only they are giving here. Please read it. Existence of satisfactory control environment can be a positive factor when auditor assess the risk of material misstatement. For assessing the risk of material misstatement, internal controls is helpful. However, it may help reduce the risk of fraud. It will reduce the risk of fraud. Conversely, deficiency in the control environment may undermine the effectiveness of controls, in particular in relation to the fraud. For example, management's failure to commit sufficient resources to address IT security risk may adversely affect internal control by allowing improper changes to computer program. For IT security, information technology, they will have the server and all of those rooms, correct? People who are leaving the organization, if you have access to the server room, what you will do and leave? They treated you very badly. That's why you want to leave in the first place. What you will do? You will cultivate that whole server room. So what they will have, only these authorized people will have access to the server room itself. I will have a biometric there. Only 2 people in the whole organization can enter that server room. It's the most important place. Not everyone can enter. But here how they did, near the coffee machine, they kept the server room. Then anyone who doesn't like the entity, who doesn't like the company, what they are going to do? They will simply touch few buttons here and there. They will play like that and they will go. Or by mistake also, they will touch few buttons. If all the data gets erased, then what to do? Fully gone. Yes or no? So, if the management fails to commit the sufficient resources for IT security risk, then it will adversely affect the internal control. The control environment in itself does not prevent, detect or correct a misstatement. Just because you have an internal control, does that mean if a misstatement is going to happen, it will prevent, detect and correct the misstatement? Now you said every person has to be inside the office for a minimum of 7 to 8 hours. For that, you have that access card facility. Everyone accepted it is an internal control. Just by implementing that internal control, does that mean that there is no fraud which can happen? You know what people will do? In my own office, what they were doing, I will tell you. On top, they put a nail. They put one tag. In that tag, access card is there. Access card is always touching that place. That means no need for every person to show. You can just open and go. Are you understanding? Have you seen like that? Where access card is like that, always touching that place. People can just enter and exit. No use of that access card. Why you installed that machine there? Why you gave access card for all the employees? No use. Or have you seen like this in offices what will happen? Including me, I have also done that. One person will show the access card, open the door, wait for all the others to come in. Have you seen like that? Yes. So how many people are really exiting? How many people are really coming inside? How will we know? We don't know. For that only nowadays they are having biometric. Biometric means only that person can come. But that, in that case also tailgating is still possible. One person will put the fingerprint and they will open, and like a tail everyone will go through the gate. That is only a tailgating. So only one person's log is there, but 10 people would have entered the company. So just because an internal control is there does not mean that it is operating effectively and efficiently, does not mean that fraud will not happen. So, however, it influences the auditor's evaluation of the effectiveness of other control. For example, monitoring of controls and operation of specific control activity, and thereby auditor's assessment of risk of material misstatement. If you actually understand what is the importance for auditor, then this is very easy. Why does the auditor need? How does it benefit the auditor? Here we saw, correct? Benefits of understanding of internal control. How does it benefit? To identify the risk of material misstatement. That's it. You stop there. You don't say that if I know that internal control is there, that means no fraud will happen. Nothing like that. If the internal control is operating effectively and efficiently, you can be sure that the risk of material misstatement here is low. That's all. So as an auditor, we are only bothered with identifying the risk of material misstatement. Here only they are saying it helps the auditor's assessment of risk of material misstatement, but it is not a absolute deterrent to fraud. Existence of satisfactory control environment. Is that clear? Are all the controls relevant to audit? What are the controls which is relevant to audit? There is a direct relationship between entities' objectives and the controls it implements to provide reasonable assurance about the achievement. Factors which are relevant to auditors' judgment about whether a control, individually or in combination, is relevant may include such matters as the following. Now, as an auditor, we need to know what and all is relevant for audit, because they will have lakhs of internal control. Now, for our relevance, we will take these factors into consideration, that is SLM, NCC, DRS. What is that SLM? The size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirement. M is materiality. Size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirement, and materiality. You will be considering these factors for what? To see whether it is relevant for audit. You will be seeing what is the size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirements, and materiality. Why you will see these, just these three, let me explain. Size of the entity, if it's very small, will you waste time seeing the effectiveness and efficiency of internal control? That itself is a limitation, that for small entities, internal controls will not be effective. Yes or no? So that is size of the entity. Legal and regulatory requirements for automotive and all, the pollution control is there, the legal is there, environmental act is there. As an auditor, we will have to see whether they are following all of those things. Now, for a pen manufacturing, what is the legal requirement for pen manufacturing? Nothing is there. So in that case, will you see the internal controls regarding legal and regulatory requirements? No. So you will see the applicable legal and regulatory requirements. And obviously, if it is too important, one area is very important, you will test all the internal controls with regard to that area. For example, for a trading company, closing stock is extremely important. So all the internal controls with respect to stock, auditor will have to check. For a service company, is closing stock important? You leave it, you don't even test the internal control relating to closing stock for service companies. Is that clear, guys? So that is materiality, size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirements, that is SLM. What is NCC? nature of entity's business. C is complexity of the systems. If it is too complex, then the internal controls with regard to the systems, you will be testing it whether it is operating effectively or efficiently. What is the next C? Component of internal control, circumstances and the applicable component. What is components of internal control? We will come to that for little later. Components of internal control, there are 5: control environment, risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring activities and control activities. So we will come to that a little later. For now, you just remember C is component of internal control. What is D? Diversity and complexity of entities operations. How complex it is. If it is extremely complex, then for that operations itself, all those internal controls surrounding it, the auditor has to test that. What is R? Related risk. You can remember it as risk also. And lastly, what is S? Any specific control which is helping for preventing, detecting or correcting a misstatement. These are the factors that the auditor has to consider to see whether they are relevant for audit or not. That is SLM, NCC, DRS. What is SLM? Size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirements. M is materiality. What is SLM? SLM, size of the entity, legal and regulatory requirements and materiality. What is NCC? Nature of the entity, complexity and component of internal control. NCC, nature of the entity, complexity and component of internal control. What is DRS? Diversity and complexity, related risk and specific control. Isn't that clear? SLM, NCC, DRS. Question is what? Which is relevant for audit? Are all the controls relevant for audit? What are the factors which is going to tell you that this is relevant for audit? For that it is SLM, NCC, DRS. Again, what is S? L, M, N, C, another C, component of internal control. D, R, S. Anybody can try this SLM, NCC, DRS? Atul, can you try? Who can? Harish, can you try? 9 points are there. At least 6 points if you are able to tell, that is good. No. Naresh, can you try? Try. What is SLM, NCC, DRS? S, size, legal and regulatory. M, materiality. N, nature, component of internal control and complexity. Yes. Diversity. It's diversity and complexity, correct? What is the other C? Component and component of internal control. Another C? Complexity of internal control. D, R, S, specific control which is able to prevent, detect and control. Very good. Very good. Now, SLM, NCC, DRS, the question is, are all the controls relevant for audit? What are the factors which is going to tell the auditor that these are important? These are the factors: SLM, NCC, DRS. Is that clear? Can we proceed forward? Nature and extent of the understanding of internal control. Be here, be here. I'll show you the mind mapping. Listen here. Under study of various aspects, we finished purpose. Yes, it was the same as the definition, 4 points. Controls relevant to the audit, we have completed. Yes. Third, extent of understanding of controls. Let us complete till here. After that break, and after that we'll come back for components of internal control, because again under that so many points are there. Now, nature and extent of understanding of relevant controls. Now, here there are only 3 points which you have to remember. The first one is basically you understand what they are asking in the question. extent of understanding the internal control. That means how deep the auditor has to go and see whether the internal controls is operating effectively and efficiently. The depth he has to go inside and see. For that, the first point is, what is that internal control? Whether it is capable of preventing, detecting, and correcting a misstatement. Whether it is capable, the design is capable. You will have to see here, you will see the capabilities of the internal control. Evaluating the design of a control involves considering whether control is capable of effectively preventing, detecting, and correcting misstatements. Implementation of a control means that control exists and the entity is using it. The second one is talking about risk assessment procedures. What is that risk assessment procedures which we saw previously? Previously we saw that, correct? Where is that? Ayo. Risk assessment procedure. Ayo, we saw. Now again here risk assessment procedure is coming. See here. Risk assessment procedure. Again few audit procedures they are saying. How you are feeling? IIO. You are feeling like that? No, that is IIO. IIO is nothing but inquiry, observation and inspection. Actually, you don't have to remember this IIO, I'll tell you, because in IO, analytical procedures is the only one which is gone. How you will find a financial, non-financial relationship for internal control? Yes, so this analytical procedure is out. That's why you have IIO. Is that clear? So risk assessment procedure now you keep in mind as IO itself. But think logically. IO for internal control, how it will come? Analytical procedures cannot come because financial, non-financial data relationship cannot come. So you are throwing that analytical procedure in dustbin and making it IIO. But apart from that, there is also one more thing which is added, that is tracing the transaction through the information system, because internal control mainly as an auditor, the financial statements are given only in the system. Yes or no? We have to know whether we are able to rely on this financial reporting, rely on the accounts which is prepared by the management. So we have to trace it in the information system. So 4 points. IIO-T. IIO stands for inquiry, inspection and observation, and T is tracing the transactions through the information system. Is that clear? Yes. Obtaining an understanding of entities' control is not sufficient to test their operating effectiveness. Already we have seen this point. It is not a deterrent for absolute fraud. Now, nature and extent of understanding of internal control, there are 3 points which is given here. The first one is they are talking about the capability of the internal control. The second is the risk assessment procedure, and the last one they are saying just by understanding the internal control is not sufficient for you to prevent any fraud which is happening. Under the risk assessment procedure for internal control, we have IIO. What is that IIO? Inspection, inquiry, observation and tracing the transaction through information system. Till now we have seen 3 audit procedures. First one is AROR for overall audit procedure, external confirmation, inspection, inquiry, reperformance, observation, analytical procedure, recalculation. The second one is risk assessment procedure, IO, analytical procedure, inspection, inquiry and observation. And now risk assessment procedure for internal control is IIO. That is inspection, inquiry, observation and tracing the transactions through information systems. Is that clear, guys? What is the joke? Ayyo. Why, ma'am, you are doing like this? Now after this we have 2 small things and then components of internal control, which is very, very important, because under each of the components there are points given. If you take control environments, points are given. Elements of control environment. Second component, risk assessment procedure, 4 points are given. Information system, 6 points are given. Control activity, 6 points are given. After that we go for benefits of evaluation of internal control. After evaluation, testing, that's it. That's it. Actually, if you finish off components of internal control, only 2 parts is pending after that. Nothing much. If you want, you can go for short commercial break right now, but We will start sharp at 12:40. Is that okay? Yes, guys. Are you all with me? Essay 315, trust me, it might look voluminous, but it is not difficult. It is really not difficult. Internal control is very interesting. Yes or no? It is interesting. First, only that first Roshan example is interesting. First session before internal control was interesting, huh? That only before internal control. Okay, next again we'll come back to relationship example for you to make it interesting. Is that okay? All right, go for short commercial break. See you all at 12:40, guys. Shall we start today's class? Have you all settled down? First of all, did you all have good breakfast, guys? I really hope today's breakfast was not pongal and vadai, only for the reason that we are going to do a heavy standard for the day. It is essay 315. In case if you have had pongal vadai and come to class, God only can save you. That's the reason why I am asking this question. Now, yesterday in essay 315, what and all did we see? Basics before essay 310, only 3 points. Easy 3 points we saw yesterday. What are those 3 points? Audit risk, what is material misstatement, and what is risk of material misstatement. Risk of material misstatement is a function of inherent risk and controlled risk. Audit risk is a function of risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Audit risk is also a function of inherent risk, controlled risk and detection risk. I hope you remember all of these things. With this in mind, let's go into the standard essay 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Now you know what is the meaning of risk of material misstatement, yes or no? Now how you are going to identify the ROM, how you are going to assess the ROM is you are going to first understand that entity and the industry in which it operates, that is the environment. So entity and the environment, is that clear? Now first I want you all to remember the name and number. So quickly 5 times essay 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Essay 315, identifying and assessing through understanding. Essay 315, the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Essay, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the, last time, essay, you all know the name and number of the standard, correct? Here you have to learn about risk assessment procedures and internal control. Now what is the objective of essay 315? What is the name of the standard? Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement. That is the first objective in itself, to identify and to assess the risk of material misstatement. At what levels you have to see this risk of material misstatement? This level is at the financial statement, that is overall level, and also for each item, each assertion you are seeing. Say for example purchases, whether it really occurred or not. Like that. Asset, if you see PPE, who is the owner of that asset, existence of that asset, like that. For each assertion also, you will have to see the risk of material misstatement. So the first objective is to identify and to assess the risk of material misstatement at the overall financial statement level and also at the assertion level. Now, for the purpose of identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, the auditor shall do a few things. Now, risk of material misstatement means what? Risk of material misstatement means what? Material misstatement means important mistake. But yesterday you saw one definition. The difference between amount, classification, presentation, disclosure of a reported financial statement item and the amount, presentation, classification and disclosure as per AFRF. Is that clear? That is the definition of what? Misstatement. Misstatement, you know that mistake can happen either in amount, presentation, classification or disclosures. Materiality means important. For now, that much only you have learnt. In essay 320, fully you will be learning what is materiality. So, risk that a misstatement can happen due to amount, presentation, classification or disclosure, and that misstatement, whatever it happens, it is definitely important for the financial statements as a whole. Now, how are you identifying and assessing this risk of material misstatement? Now, some people will be there. For essay 315, you again want relationship example or some other example? Too many relationship example. You want that only? Okay. I thought you all will want different company example, all of those things. No? Only relationship example. See here, to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement. For example, your girlfriend is there. Your girlfriend is talking with someone else. That means she is talking with who? Chitappa? Okay. Your girlfriend and you are going in bike. She is sitting behind you, but she is messaging the Chitappa. Where is the Chitappa? Why you are doing like that? You are the Mama Kuti. Now, Chitappa is MK. I am not telling anything. Now, Chitappa is messaging. You saw that some messaging is happening there. Okay. So, you first identified that there is a risk that this Chitappa is messaging the girlfriend all the time. In bike also she is behind. But you all tell me, you know Chitappa. Is he capable? You know him, yes or no? Is he capable? ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಪಟ್ಟು ವರಮಾಟ. We know like that. So you are assessing the risk. Whether he is okay for this, whether he is capable or not, you know that. Now you are thinking, okay, this Chitappa actually not only to my girlfriend, but to all girlfriends. He is messaging like that only, that all girls also know. Like that, what you are doing, you are relating it to other people. Relate the identified risk. Then finally, what you will conclude? If he is anyway messaging all the other girls also as a friend, he is like that only. Such a helping tendency. Even if girls don't ask, he will go and ask, did you write summary notes? I wrote in my beautiful handwriting. Shall I send the photo of summary notes? It will be very helpful for your studying preparation. Like that, he himself is volunteering. Like that, how he messaged all other girls, he messaged to your girlfriend also. Now what is the conclusion? That risk is low. The probability of the misstatement happening here is very low. Like that, you will conclude, yes or no. So to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement, the auditor shall see 4 points. First, he has to identify the risk. Here you thought the risk was Chitappa, but you assessed the risk that whether Chitappa is capable or not. Seripattu varamata. So in that assessment itself gone. After that, you related that not only to my girlfriend but to all other girls. As a brother, he is messaging, not as MK. Just as brother, as a friend with helping tendency, he is messaging. So the probability of misstatement happening here is very, very low. See the text given here. For the purpose of identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, the auditor shall see 4 things. First is identifying the risk through process of obtaining understanding of entity and its environment. Assess the identified risk and evaluate whether they relate more pervasively to the financial statements as a whole. Relate the identified risk to what can go wrong at each and every assertion level. Consider the likelihood of the misstatement, that is nothing but the probability. In company example, let me tell you something. Say, We already spoke about MSC, correct? MSC is no more there, but it was there previously. What is the risk of Madras Stock Exchange? Going concern of the stock exchange itself will get affected because a regulatory body called SEBI came into place. So you first identified the risk, then you assessed the risk. There is a possibility that SEBI can include MSC also, they can regulate MSC also. Like that you are assessing the risk. And finally, you are relating the identified risk to what can go wrong. Finally, what did they do? SEBI said nothing else, only NSE and BSE. So what was the probability? There was 100% probability that MSE will fall. MSE will fail by itself. So they put the shutter. Like that for every risk you can see here. Internal control is not operating effectively and efficiently. You identified a risk that internal control is not operating effectively. That means any person can come and put the journal entry in the organization. Is that clear? Anybody can come and enter the journal entry. If they want, they can delete the journal entry. So how will you rely on that financial statements? Yes, so identified the risk which is there. Then you assessed the risk, evaluating whether it is affecting the financial statements as a whole. Yes, sir, it is pervasively affecting the financial statement as a whole because I don't have any clue as to what is entered by unauthorized person, what is deleted by unauthorized person. Relating the identified risk as to what can go wrong. What will go wrong? The entire financial statements will be materially misstated. What is the probability of this happening? If I have sufficient appropriate audit evidence that internal control is not operating effectively and efficiently, 100% the material misstatement will happen here. So the probability is 100%. Like that for any risk, when you go, you will identify and assess the risk. The auditor will use these 4 points. Identify the risk, assess the risk, consider the likelihood of the misstatement. Relate the identified risk and consider the likelihood of the misstatement. These 4 points will fall into place. Is that clear? We started with Chitapa example, but we also saw company example because only that will help for your exams. Chitapa will not help for exam. Is that clear? That is only for you to understand the concept in a better way. Is that clear, guys? Can I move forward? Now, risk assessment procedure. Here, I told you, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding entity and its environment. We will be reading about risk assessment procedure and we will be reading about internal control. Now only we are actually entering into the standard after seeing the objective of the standard. Quickly, what is the objective of the standard? To identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at the financial statement level and also at the assertion level. Second point. For identifying and assessing, the auditor shall see 4 points. Identify the risk, assess the risk, relate the identified risk, and last one, consider the likelihood. Is that clear? Can we proceed forward? Risk assessment procedures. Now, this risk assessment procedure is an audit procedure which is performed to obtain an understanding of the entity and its environment. First of all, the risk assessment procedure is a audit procedure performed by the auditor for what? To understand the entity and environment. Now, for the audit procedures, how many audit procedures are there? Error. Those are the audit procedures. How many are there? 7 are there. So, what is that error? External confirmation, inspection, inquiry, reperformance, observation, analytical procedures and recalculation. These 7 are your audit procedures. Now for your risk assessment procedure, again they are referring to few of the audit procedures which is performed specifically to understand the entity and its environment. Now what are those audit procedures? Inquiry, analytical procedures, observation, inspection. Now you will be feeling like now only I studied error, again some more audit procedures are coming. How am I going to remember this? Are you feeling like ayo? Are you feeling like that? Like that only you are going to remember it. What is that? Ayo. A stands for analytical procedures, I is inquiry, another I is inspection and O is observation. Very easy. Overall audit procedures, error. Risk assessment procedure, IO. Is that clear? What is overall audit procedures? All the audit procedures. External confirmation, inspection, inquiry. Reperformance, observation, analytical procedures and recalculation. What is risk assessment procedure? Analytical procedure, inspection, inquiry and observation. Simple. Very easy to understand. Now let's get into what each of these things are asking about. The first one is inquiry. What is the meaning of inquiry? Inquiry means what? Seeking information. Is that all? From whom? Seeking information from knowledgeable persons. Now say for example, you are going for arranged marriage. Mostly CA students will go for this, correct? Yes, sir. How it is possible, love marriage, you tell me. Morning 7 o'clock you are starting the class, correct? Evening 7, 8 finishing the class. After that, is there any time or energy for this love and all? No chance. You see, most of the students, 95% I can assure that they will go for arranged marriage only. Yes or no? It is not possible. Chanceless. So now, see here, don't take inspiration and all. Arranged marriage scenario, you are going and seeing a girl. What are the things that you will be seeing? Who are the people that you will be doing the inquiry to? Who are the people that you will be doing inquiry? To whom? Again to Chittappa you will ask about girl. What you guys are saying? Who are those people? To whom you will ask? You want to know about her. First, what you will do? You saw her profile on matrimony. Are you understanding what I am asking? Imagine. I know it is very hard for you to imagine all these things. To think out of audit subject, it is very hard. I understand. But for once, you go out and imagine you saw one beautiful girl on matrimony. This is that beautiful girl. Now, you want details about this girl. How you will find the details? How you will find? There itself, whatever details is there, okay, ponna irundha podum, details irundha podum, you will go and get married. Huh? You will go and do that enquiry process. To whom you will go and inquire? To whose family? Girl's family. Who in girl's family you will inquire? Mother, father. Huh? They will say, no, my girl is worst girl. Huh? Even if they know girl is worst girl, they will not tell. This is what I am expecting. You will go to her house. Inside that house you will not go. Next to that house, who is there? You will go and ask the neighbors. Who else? Who else? Previous worked organizations. Very good. She is working in a company. You will go to the company as if you are going to meet someone, and you will ask the other employees there, hey, how is that girl? Is she a good girl? Like that, you will ask all those questions. Anybody else? Anybody else? Won't you do this? You will go to Instagram and first see whether any mutual friends are already existing. If they are existing, then you will go and ask them, hey, how do you know this person? Are you close to her? Like that, isn't that the normal thing that you will do? Instead of going to office, going and disturbing the other employees, going and disturbing the neighbors. Neighbors are fools or what? They'll first go and tell the family. Hey, yesterday only your son-in-law came to my house asking about your daughter. Won't they say that? So the first thing you will do is you will ask the mutual friends. You know what happened? My brother is there, my cousin brother, but staying with me only from my childhood. We were actively looking for him on matrimony. Few girls he was talking. 4 or 5 girls he was talking. In that, one of the girl found me and said, how do you know this boy called Bharat? Then I understood that I know her, right? So I said, I just know him from school. He is my junior, something I told. Then he said, how is he? You tell me if you know something about him. What I'll tell? He is the best boy you can ever find. If you marry him, your life is settled. He went to London and he was studying there and all like that. Simply I told few things. Now they are happily married. Now, this inquiry procedure you will be doing basically people who are surrounding that person, yes or no. You will ask neighbor, you will ask her office people, you will ask the mutual friend, you will ask her own friend, you will ask her family members. People surrounding that person, you are going to do that inquiry. Now coming to our company. Who are the people who are surrounding the company? Competitors, you'll go and inquire with competitors, how is this company? Tell properly. Suppliers, yes, possible. Creditors, yes, possible. Bankers, if they have given any loan, yes, possible. Auditors, previous auditor, if you have contact with them, yes, that is possible. Anybody else? Prospective investor or investors, yes, it is very much possible. Employees, you ask the employees, is there any fraud which is happening in the company? Yes. Anybody else? Inquiry with somebody else. Legal counsel, we saw in which standard? Essay? 501, we split it into 3. What is the 3? Inventory, litigation and claim, and segment reporting. Under litigation and claim, we saw that in-house legal team is there and external legal counsel is there. So you will ask that legal counsel if there is any pending litigations and all of those things. Those points only are given here. First itself, if I would have gone here, you will think that something big is written in this box. Nothing like that is there. All the points that you told are only here. Inquiry towards internal auditor. Inquiry towards for any unusual transactions, inquiry with in-house legal counsel, inquiry with sales personnel who is nothing but the employees, inquiry directed for the risk management function and information systems personnel. Basically, like how for that girl to know about the girl, you asked not only that girl but also people surrounding that girl. Same way for the entity also, the inquiry has to be done not only with that company but also for all the people who are surrounding that company. Is that clear? Yes. So to understand a company truly, you will be inquiring that company and the internal audit personnel and the employees and the in-house legal counsel, sales personnel, risk management personnel and information systems personnel. Is that clear? Is it clear with everyone? Now, how many inquiries are here? 6 inquiries has to be done. What are they? Internal audit personnel, employees, in-house legal counsel, sales personnel, risk management personnel and information systems personnel. Now in huge companies like L&T, ITC and all, there will be a separate team called as risk management team. Now their team members in that team is basically going to quickly keep seeing is there any business risk which is possible in the future. They will keep seeing whether any risk is possible. If you have access to those team members, then they will be able to give you the information. Information systems personnel, why do you need them? I am relying on the information system only. I am relying on the software of accounts which is given to me. Whether I can rely on this. Is there any system change which has happened? Is there any software change through the year which has happened? If it has happened, I will know through the information system personnel. That's why these two are also added. Who are the 6 people that you will be disturbing for inquiry? Internal audit personnel, employees, in-house legal counsel, marketing or sales personnel, risk management function and information systems personnel. What is the question for this? Under risk assessment procedure, I told you the procedures are IO. Under that, the first one we are seeing is I for inquiry. Under inquiry, you will be inquiring for all of these people. Is that clear? What is analytical procedures? Plausible relationship between financial and non-financial data. The same thing is written. Analytical procedures performed as risk assessment procedure may include both financial and non-financial information. Observation and inspection. As the auditor, we can inspect any of the reports which is prepared by the management. We can inspect any of the minutes of the meeting which is prepared by management, and also the minutes of the meeting of board of directors and TCWG. Apart from this, I already told you there will be something called as internal control manual. For all the internal control, there will be a huge book of manual which is there, that also we can inspect. The entities operations control manuals, the entities documents and records, and any other internal reports which is prepared by management, and also the TCWG such as minutes of the meeting. And you can also observe the entities premises and plant facilities. Here if you notice, inspection and observation is given together. What you will inspect, what you will observe. You will observe the entities premises and plant facilities. You will inspect all the documents and reports which is prepared by the management and also by the TCWG board of directors. Is that clear? Yes. Now from the beginning of today, we started off with the standard. What is the objective of SA 315? To identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at two levels: financial statement level and also at the assertion level. For identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, the auditor should do four things: identify the risk, assess the risk, relate the identified risk, and consider the likelihood. After that, we went to risk assessment procedure. IO is what you have to remember. What is A? Analytical procedure. I. Inquiry. I. Inspection and observation. Inspection and observation together you will be writing. Analytical procedure is nothing but relationship between financial and non-financial data, and inquiry only all those 6 points you have to remember. Now going to understanding entity and its environment. It helps the auditor in planning the audit, in identifying areas requiring the special attention. You are basically understanding the entity and its environment. For what? Only if you understand the environment, you will know where is the risk. Then you will know, okay, I need to devote so much time in these areas because it is highly risky. So it helps the auditor in planning for the audit and in identifying areas which is requiring the special attention. The first one, the relevant industry, regulatory and other external factors including applicable financial reporting framework. What is relevant industry and regulatory factors? Now I told you, when you are seeing a company as a whole, you are understanding the entity and also its environment as a whole. The environment is nothing but the industry and regulatory factors. What is that industry factor? We saw during COVID time when the tourism industry fell, then Oyo Room, which is a company, that also fell. So the industry as a whole is going to impact the company which is part of the industry. So relevant industry factors include industry conditions such as competitive environment, suppliers and customer relationships, and technological developments. Regulatory environment means what? The legal environment, the political environment, all of those things. Relevant regulatory factors include the regulatory environment, which is basically the AFRF, legal and the political environment. The first point is relevant industry and regulatory factors. Is that clear? The second one is nature of the entity. Nature of its own entity. First one you saw the industry. Now you are going to see the nature of its own entity. Now you all tell me, actually when you go for audit, imagine you are going for audit. I am telling you that it is the audit of Hyundai Via. They are basically selling the auto components to Hyundai. Whatever remaining is selling to other people. So you know only the base of this. You have to go there and you have to understand what is the operations of that entity. Yes or no? What are the questions that you will ask the management? What are the questions? Think of the questions. What is it that you will... Now imagine you've gone for audit. Take any company. Take Shwetalia Silks also. What are the questions that you will ask the management? Directly you will go and ask for closing stock. Directly you will ask for inventory. How many employees are working there? That is a good question. Anything else? What is the nature of business? Okay, I can see that you're selling saris. Are you manufacturing the saris? Or are you purchasing the saris and you're trading the saris? Like that, you will want to know about its operations, how it is operating, what is it selling first of all, what is the business about. You will be asking questions with regard to that. Then you will want to know who are the owners of the organization. First, you will be confused whether this person is owner. You will ask him, what is your designation? Say he's saying he is a director. Then you will ask, okay, who is the founder? Is there a founder? Or are you only the founder? Like that, you will want to know who is the owner of this company, its ownership, and the governance structure. Now, okay, you understood. Shwetalia Silks is there. She is saying, I am only manufacturing. I have this facility here and I am selling. I am only the owner. I have so many employees under me. Now, what is your next question? Capital structure. Okay. Anything else? What is your previous year turnover? Is there a high from the last year? Then, with that money, what have you done? You have made a turnover of so and so crores, say 10 crores of turnover you have made in the first year itself, which is very good. Now, what is the plan of this money? Where are you going to put this? Do you have plans of expanding your manufacturing facility? Or are you going to invest somewhere else? Like that, you will be asking their investment plans that this entity is supposed to make. Now, say for example, they are saying, no sir, investment is not possible from my side. I have to put it back into the business only. It's not possible for me to increase the capacity also. With this capacity only I have to do. Maybe I'll purchase new machines. Like that they are saying. Now, what is the next question that you will be asking? From where is your capital, you asked. She told, okay, capital initially I put it about 1 crore of capital. I invested here. Now, what is the next question that you will be asking? Is there any loan? Is there any loan? Have you gotten any loan from a banker or somebody else? Are you repaying on time? Are you able to repay on time? Now, with this sales, 10 crore of sales, what is your gross margins? So that I'll know whether you're able to repay that money on time. That is the last one, the way the entity is structured and how it is financed. That is, we are talking about investment, with that money what they are going to do, and we are also talking about the financing, whether it is equity or debt. So, operations, ownership and governance structure, investment and finance. If you want to remember, you can remember like this: operating activities, investing activities and financing activities. Where will it come? Cash flow statement. If you want, you can remember like that, plus ownership and governance. That's it. Easy, simple. So, nature of entity, you will remember cash flow statement. Is that clear? Examples of matter that auditor may consider while obtaining understanding of nature of entity. Again, same thing: financing and financing activities, investment and investment activities, operations, that is operating activities, and lastly the financial reporting such as accounting principle and revenue recognition process. Now, to understand the entity and the environment, we have covered 2 points. One is entity, other one is environment. Yes or no? The entity is the nature of the entity. Environment is what? Relevant industry, regulatory and other external factors. Apart from this, every company will have something called as business risk. What is the meaning of business risk? Any company you take, risk is there. Some risk will be there. You tell me, what is the risk for Mind and Company? There is a huge risk, huge risk. What is the risk for Mind and Company? Competitors? No. Therapists? Therapists will take the client and they can leave the organization. They will say, why you have to go to Mind and Company? You are paying rupees 1000 there. We are working on 70-30 model. I get 700, they get 300. Now, We have become very close. Obviously, therapist and the client will become very close. So there is a possibility that the client will say, you pay me 850. For me also win, for you also win. 150 rupees increased for me, 150 rupees reduced for you. Yes or no? Like that, that is always a risk for this company. Yes or no? Shall I tell one more risk? That the founders, both of them, are chartered accountants. Nobody is a psychologist. Usually, in any company, you see, the person will know the business, but we don't know the business. We don't know how therapy will happen. To an extent, we know, but still, there is a lot of possibility that we might get cheated with the therapist. Yes or no? Like that, if you see, any company you take. Now, always I say, when the COVID time comes, which industry will fall? Hotel industry, tourism industry will fall. I always take this example. During COVID, we saw so many industries fall. But can I say that all industries will be killed during COVID? No. Few industries during COVID, they came up like anything. Yes or no? First one, pharma, sanitizer business, OTT platform, Zoom, and all of the people started subscribing for Zoom. Online education boomed like anything during COVID. Anything else? Which one? Online games. Yes. People started paying for these games. Yes or no? Online games. Streaming OTT is already there. No, all these platforms flourished like anything during COVID time. But they also have a risk. Yes or no? What is the risk for sanitizer? What is the risk for sanitizer? During COVID also there is a risk. After COVID also there is a risk. See, the sanitizer business, they cannot produce in bulk quantities and keep, because they don't know when the vaccine will come. They don't know when people will stop using the sanitizers. You remember during COVID time how many bottles of sanitizer you were purchasing? How many? Some people, they were so paranoid. Yes or no? They were so paranoid. Even I was like that. I used to keep one sanitizer in the car, one in the bag, one in the class, one everywhere, wherever I go, one in office, wherever I go, there used to be a sanitizer. But now, are we using it that much? No. So the sanitizer business owner, even though the business was flourishing like anything, he will not have the guts to go over capacity or increase his facility to increase his production, because he don't know until when this is going to happen, or whether this is going to happen forever, because there was a scenario like that. Yes or no? Nobody knew till when COVID will go on. So that is always a business risk for him. Any company you take, there is a business risk. What is the business risk for Dairy Milk? It's a favorite company, Cadbury's. Yes or no? Very nice, Dairy Milk. What is the business risk? I love their marketing strategies. It is so good. You see, during Valentine's Day, they will put heart in Dairy Milk and they will sell on one side. And now, for proposing, they have made a separate chocolate called Silk. Yes or no? So many people, they will propose with this Dairy Milk Silk because they made so many advertisements about it. On the other hand, on Valentine's Day, for all the singles, they made something called 5 star. 5 star, they will say, it is for singles. All single people, they are marketing 5 star like that. And they are marketing Dairy Milk like this. But it is the same company, yes or no? It is the same company, Cadbury. But still they have two different products, two different marketing strategies. Such a beautiful company. But still, they also have a business risk. What is that business risk? What is the business risk? Summer. Why summertime you will not have this Dairy Milk chocolate? Huh? Oh, it will melt. So what? We will lick it. What is the risk? Always, let me tell you, food products are perishable. That is the biggest risk for them. Expiry date is there for food products. That is the biggest risk. What will they do with those products? They have to throw it in the dustbin only. That is the biggest business risk for even huge company like Cadbury also. Is that clear? One more risk is there. People nowadays are becoming extremely health conscious. What one day was some person, like how they banned Maggie for a few years, yes or no, they said lead is there in Maggie. But still now if rain comes, what we are eating? Maggie. We don't care. But still at that 1-2 years, we will not have that Maggie, yes or no? So suddenly, if there is a ban on Cadbury itself, saying some ingredient that they are using, or people are becoming health conscious, they are going for protein bars, they are not having these chocolates anymore. In that case, that is also a business risk only for them. So any company, not only small company like my Indian company, but also huge company like Cadbury, also there is always a business risk which is there. Is that clear? Now the next point is entities, objectives and strategies and those related business risk that may result in risk of material misstatement. Example, industry developments. Example, entity does not have the personnel or does not have the expertise to deal with the changes in the industry. Industry keeps on changing. Yes or no? The highest development which has happened in any industry, can you guess which one that is? No? Highest development. Which one? AI is obvious, but where has AI replaced? That is the right answer. Hospitals is a place where AI is replacing like anything. Did I talk about surgeries being made by robots? Easily robo can finish the surgery. Nowadays doctors don't have to put their hands inside artery, vein, cutting, finding, nothing. Just a remote control. Play a game. Patient is lying there. Make the robo go. Cut it. Open. Like that they can play. That is the industry which has actually revolutionized in such a short period. So, if there is a hospital saying no robots here, only humans, they cannot sustain. People nowadays want robotics only because it is easier, it is safer also. Previously, after the surgery, doctor will come out with a sad face and they will say, what? How they will say? நாங்க நிறைய ட்ரை பண்ணோம் but we were not able to save. Yes or no? After robotics has come, that has reduced a lot, a significant amount. It has reduced. The risk of dying has come down at least. Maybe some other complication, but risk of losing the life has come down to a significant level. So if the industry itself is developing and if you as a company which is in the hospital sector is not developing, then that itself becomes a business risk for you. Example, industry development. New product and service. For example, increased product liability. For example, you are having a product but somebody else has developed that product and they are going somewhere else. For example, you know this, do you know this? Tell me. Have you seen this in your life? Don't simply tell. The previous SM class when I showed this, they said they have not seen it. How come you have seen this? How? In real life you have seen it? No, you have not. How many of you have not seen this item at all in real life? See, so many people have not seen a floppy disk in life. Nowadays you have CD. You have CD. You've seen CD at least? Yes, you would have definitely seen CD. Previous days, before CD, pen drive and all of those things, we used to save the movies and all in floppy disk. Save the file in floppy disk. You know what will be the capacity of the floppy disk? Few KBs, a few MBs. Like that the capacity will be. Now you have 2 TB disk and all. Yes or no? Previously we used to save in this. We used to name it on top of this. Can you see the paper here? On that paper, we will write what is inside it. Otherwise, we'll forget. So many will be there. We'll forget. So this floppy disk. Nowadays, if I say I am manufacturer of floppy disk, is it relevant? That is the business risk for me. Industry keeps evolving. I also have to keep evolving. New product or new service, it can replace and it will keep going on. Instead of floppy disk, now we have pen drive. Now we have phone itself. We can watch the movie in the phone itself. Yes or no? Google Drive. Yes, nowadays pen drive also is not there. Google Drive people are using. Next is expansion of the business. For example, that the demand has not been accurately estimated. Now, tell me some product which is dying. You know that in the future it will not be there. Pager. Now also pager is not there. Petrol bunks. Yes. In the future, will petrol bunks be there? No. Everywhere we will be seeing that EV charging station. When I went to Hyderabad, now itself I saw so many charging stations are there. I was so surprised. I was seeing as if I'm some alien. I was so excited. I took photos and all. People are going there and they're charging. Drivers are waiting near the car until it finishes charging and then they're taking the cars and going. I really took photos. Karthik's brother, he's from Hyderabad. He was looking at me as if I came from a village. He was saying, all these things are not there or what? I said, no, we don't see it as frequently here. Then he was like, in Hyderabad it is there everywhere, in every road. Like how we are seeing petrol bunks here. Like that you can see the EV charging stations there. So very soon the petrol bunks will become redundant. That the demand for the petrol bunks have not been accurately estimated. If somebody comes and tell you, I am going to open 10 petrol bunks all over Chennai, what you will think? You look at him like a fool. What happened to him? You will ask questions like that. Yes or no? That is, the demand has not been accurately estimated. That also becomes a business risk. 3 business risks we saw here. Industry development, new product and service coming here to replace the existing product. Expansion of the business. Example, that the demand has not been accurately estimated. All these 3 are examples for business risk. The entity's selection and application of accounting policies, including the reason for the changes. So as an auditor, we have to ask them, what is your accounting policy? Are you consistently following it? Where did we see this? Accounting policies, whether they are consistently followed, whether they are presented, disclosed. Which one? SA 510 is talking about 2 things, opening balances and also accounting policies. Yes or no? So you will be asking about the application of the accounting policies. Next is the financial performance. That means, are you doing well? How will you know whether they are doing well? By seeing the ratios, by doing a trend analysis, by doing analytical procedures. You are going to ask questions like, what was your previous year sales? What is your current year sales? There is an increase in sales. Okay, company is doing well. What is the gross profit, sir? Out of 10 crores of sales, 30% I have a gross profit. Okay, very good. Then 3 crores you are having a gross profit. What is your net profit, sir? About 10% is my net profit. That means 1 crore is net profit. Is there any drawings in this? Yes, there is drawing. I am taking off salary, everything, whatever is for me. After that also 1 crore is there. Is it a good company? Yes, the financial indicator shows that it is a good company and revenue has increased from previous year to current year. So it is a healthy company. So you will ask for key performance indicators. You will ask for sales, whether it has moved up or down from the past year. That is period on period financial performance. Okay, sir, you got 1 crore. What is the plan for the future? Are you planning for any investments? Yes, sir, I want to increase my manufacturing facility. If I increase the manufacturing facility, if I put this 1 crore in that facility, from the next year itself, I can look for 5x increase in revenue. Like that, he is having a plan. He is having a budget. Budget is for the future. So that budget, forecast, variance analysis and all these performance report are going to talk about the financial performance of the entity. And lastly, you will ask for credit rating agency reports. What is the meaning of credit rating agency reports? Every company And every individual also, even I have a rating for my credit. The banks will have a rating for me. For example, if I have taken a loan for my house, whether I am repaying it on time, they will see that. If I am defaulting the loan one time, two times, three times, my rating will come down. Have you used this app called Simple? Simple? Yes. If you don't pay your simple bill on time also, your rating will come down. Your CIBIL score will come down. That is only this credit rating agency reports. The measurement and review of entities' financial performance. Now, the 5 things we saw here, understanding entity and environment. First point is talking about entity in itself. Second is talking about the environment. Third is accounting policy. Fourth is business risk. And last one is financial performance. 5 points are here. You have to remember all the 5 and also the sub points in each of the points. What is the first one? The entity in itself. We will remember like that. The entity in itself, the environment, accounting policy, business risk, and financial indicators, financial performance. What is the first one? The entity in itself, industry, business risk. Fourth is accounting policy, and last one is financial performance. First one, nature of entity. For entity only you will remember cash flow statement. What are the cash flow statement activities? Operating activities, financing activity, investing activity. Apart from this, there is one more point. Who are the owners? Who are those charged with governance? All of those things you will ask. The next is environment. Environment means what? Industry regulators and regulatory factors. Now these 2 things are there. After the third point is accounting policy. Fourth is business risk. Under business risk, what did we see? Industry development, product and service, new product and service is there, and last is expansion of the business but the demand is not accurately estimated. The last one is financial performance. Financial performance, what and all will you ask? Key performance indicators, how is it? For the future, what is your plan? Budget, forecast. Then period on period trend analysis. Last year how was it? Current year how was it? And lastly you will ask for credit rating reports. Is that clear, guys? What is the question for these 5 points? Understanding the entity and its environment. How are you going to do? That's why we said first point is understanding the entity, second is understanding the environment, third is accounting policy, fourth is business risk, and last one is key financial performance. Is that clear, guys? Can we move forward? Yes. Understanding the entity. It is a continuous process. Why they are saying it is a continuous process? Let me tell you. How many of you all know driving, either car or bike? Most of you know. Yes, 99% knows how to drive either a car or a bike. Now you tell me, when you are driving, now no relationship example, little bit away, let's go. Driving example. When you are driving, simultaneously you have to put the clutch, you have to put the brake. For what? For it to stop. If you just put the brake, what will happen? It will jerk and the engine will stop. Yes or no? Now when you are driving, you also have to see the right mirror at all times. Is there any specific time that you have to see the right mirror? You will give more importance when you are turning to the right, but at all times you will be careful of the right mirror. Rear view mirror, you will be seeing that also behind if somebody is coming too close, especially when you are putting a brake, you will be seeing the rear view mirror. Left mirror, most of us don't use that, but that also you are supposed to use at all times. Yes or no? And the way the mechanism operates, does your mind tell you, now is the time to put the brake? Okay, take the leg, put the brake here. Now is the time to press the clutch. Okay, put the... Brain doesn't tell you. It is a continuous process which keeps happening. Yes or no? In a millisecond, brain tells in millisecond the leg will go and press that clutch. Yes or no? Clutch, accelerator. Then clutch, brake. Again clutch, accelerator. Like that you will keep moving forward. It is a continuous process. At the same time, you have to see the mirror, you have to put the acceleration, you have to put the brake, you have to press the clutch, you have to see the left mirror, you have to see the rear view mirror, you have to do all of these things simultaneously. Yes or no? The same way, when you go for audit also, it is not like first is this step, second is this step, third is this step. It is not like that. Simultaneously, you have to keep a few points in your head. What are those points? Assessing the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements, determining the materiality in accordance with 320, considering appropriateness of selection of accounting policy, identifying areas of special audit, develop expectation of analytical procedure, assumptions and management's written representations. How are you going to remember all of these points? Now you tell me, what is this standard? 315 is identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement. That is the first point. Risk of material misstatement. Second point, what is SA 320? Materiality. That is your second point, which is SA 320. Third point, in SA 510, what did we see? Accounting policies, we saw that, correct? That is the third point. That is SA 510. Now, what is going concern? 570 is going concern. What is related party transactions? 550 is related party transactions. Fifth, sorry, yeah, 550 is correct only. 550 is related party transaction. What is 520? Analytical procedures. That is SA 520. And lastly, what is 580? Written representation. Now, if you just remember the standard numbers, you will easily be able to write the sentences. Basically, what they are saying is, when you go for audit, it is a understanding the entity. Is not like you will understand the entity before going for audit, and after that you will leave it off. It is not like that. Throughout the audit, at the planning stage, during stage and the completion stage, you have to understand the entity with respect to all of these standards, with respect to accounting policy, with respect to the going concern, related party, analytical procedures, and you will get a written representation. You will be seeing the materiality at all the stages and not only at the start of the audit. Is that clear? Now read the text. Understanding the entity, it is a continuous process. What are the areas where you are going to understand the entity? Assess the risk of material misstatement. Determining the materiality, SA through 320. Consider appropriateness with selection and for accounting policy, that is 510. Identifying areas where special audit consideration, for example, related party, appropriateness of use of going concern, that is nothing but 550 and 570. Developing expectations for using the analytical procedures, that is 520, and evaluating for using management's oral and written representation, that is SA 580. Isn't it easy? Yes. Easy, difficult, hard? Till now, easy. Quickly let us revise. We started off with objective of the standard, objective of SA 315, to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at the financial statement level and also at the assertion level. For the purpose of identifying and assessing, the auditor shall do these four things: identify the risk, assess the risk, relate the identified risk, and consider the probability, that is the likelihood of it happening. What is risk assessment procedure? These are audit procedures which is performed by the auditor to understand the entity and its environment. What are those audit procedures? IO are the audit procedures. Under that, what is A? Analytical procedures. What is analytical procedures? Relationship between financial and non-financial data. What is the first I? Inquiry. Under that I, whom are you going to inquire to understand entity and environment? All the people who are surrounding the entity, from the employees, in-house legal team, to the sales personnel, marketing personnel, information systems personnel, risk management personnel, all of these people you are going to ask the questions. What is the other I and O? Inspection and observation. You are going to inspect any kind of report which is going to come from the management, also include the minutes of the meetings of the TCWG. You will also inspect the internal control manual, and you will observe what? The entity's premises and its overall facility also. Next we came to understanding entity and its environment. What is the entity here? The nature of the entity you will understand, and you will understand the relevant industry and the regulatory framework also. Then you go for accounting policies, business risk, then you will understand the financial performance. You know what is business risk? What is the example of business risk? Industry will keep developing, product and service new ones will keep coming, and lastly expansion of business, but I don't know the demand for the product. Now for financial performance, what are the things that you will be seeing? Past, current, future, that's it. What is in past? Period on period performance analysis. Current, you will ask for key performance indicators and credit rating agency report. Future is budget or forecast. That's it. How you will remember financial performance? Past, present, future. That's it. Next is nature of the entity. For this we will remember cash flow statements. For that, operating activities, investing activities, financing activities, and also who are the owners and the people who are governing. Isn't that all? Next we went to understanding the entity. It is going to be a continuous process. For that only few standards you will have to remember. First, this standard itself you finish off. Risk of material misstatement. Next, what are the other standards? Materiality SA 320, 510. Accounting policy 550. Related party transaction 570. Going concern 520. Analytical procedure 580. Written representation. Isn't it easy? Can we go ahead? Do you want short commercial break before we go to internal control? Alright, very good. I am very satisfied that you are all telling with me. So time is 11:10. We will resume at 11:20. Is it okay? Yes? 11:20 after internal control. In the middle of internal control, you will definitely need another break. That time I will give the break for sure. Is that okay? I'll see you all at 11:20. Please move around, have a sip of water. Don't keep sitting in the same place. Components of internal control. The components of internal control are control activity, risk assessment process, information systems, monitoring of controls, and control environment. I'm going to spend some time here because multiple times ICA has asked one of these things. Under monitoring of controls, what are the points? Under information systems, what are the points? Like that they will ask just the heading of one of the components, and you will be expected to write the points. First, what are components of internal control? You will remember it as crime. Now if you see, the mnemonics is the highest for SA 315. Overall, if there are about 20 or 25 mnemonics which you have to remember, SA 315 itself is half of the 10 to 12 mnemonics only from 315. So don't worry. Components of internal control. In your book, last page, do you have a mnemonic chart? It's there given? Okay, very good. Now, components of internal control is crime, which is C stands for control activity, R stands for risk assessment process, I stands for information system, M is monitoring of control, and E is control environment. Is that clear? Again, what is crime? Control activity, risk assessment process, information system, monitoring activity, and control environment. This is components of internal control. What is nature and extent of understanding the internal control? Extent means the depth that the auditor has to go to understand the internal controls. Under that, how many points are there? 3 points. First one, the capabilities of the internal control, whether it is able to prevent, detect, and correct a misstatement. Second, risk assessment procedure, under that IIoT. And the last one, obtaining an understanding is not a absolute deterrent to fraud. Are all the controls relevant to audit? There are few factors which is going to determine the controls which are relevant to audit. Those factors are SLM, NCC, and DRS. What is SLM? Size of the entity. L, legal and regulatory requirements. M, materiality. D, diversity. R, related risk. Yes. Specific control. N, nature of entity. C, another C, Good. So all controls are not relevant for audit. You will be seeing the factors of SLM, NCC, DRS and then decide whether this control is relevant for audit or not. Existence of a satisfactory control environment, it is not an absolute deterrent to fraud. Now what is the purpose of internal control? Purpose of internal control. What is the definition of internal control? It is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by the management and TCWG to obtain, to provide reasonable assurance, to achieve reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness, efficiency and effectiveness of operation, safeguarding of assets and laws and regulations. Those 4 points are only the purpose of internal control: safeguarding of assets, compliance with laws and regulations, effectiveness and efficiency of operations and reliability of financial reporting. What is the benefits of understanding of internal control? For the auditor, he wants to understand for identifying the risk of mental misstatement and any potential misstatements, and based on that he will be doing his further audit procedure, designing the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedure. What are the objectives of internal control? 4 are there. The first one is whether they have a general or specific authorization. Second is whether it is recorded in the correct amount, correct account and correct period. Third is both third and fourth is with regard to assets only, right? Safeguarding the assets and physical verification of assets. First is the definition. What is the limitation of internal control? It only gives a reasonable assurance. Second, human judgment is involved. Collusion between the people can be there. Lack of understanding the purpose. Judgment by the management. And in case of small entities, there is a limitation. Is it clear till here? Now, what are the components of internal control? Crime. What is crime? Control activity, risk assessment process, information systems, monitoring activity and control environment. Clear, right? All right. Now, first we'll finish off control environment. What is environment? Environment is basically a surrounding, the culture of the organization, the ethics which is there in the organization. I keep talking about 2 companies which I worked in, because in my entire life I've only worked in these 2 companies for a long period. And one, the culture is amazing, and the other one, the culture is okay. What is talking about that? What is that culture? Is nothing but the control environment. Here they are talking about the ethics. They are talking about the culture which is there. How the management has created and maintained a culture of ethical behavior and honesty. And the strengths in the control environment elements collectively provide an appropriate foundation of other components as well. Now, what is this control environment? You have to remember SHAPE PC. What will you remember for control environment? SHAPE PC. S stands for organizational structure. Now, I am only going to compare the 2 places I worked with. In one company, if you see, we will call even the partner by name. You will call them by name. There is no sir, ma'am and all of those things. The first time when I went as an article, I got a culture shock, to be very honest, because my age was about 19 years old and the person who is there was 45, 50 years old, and they're saying, "Hi Rupesh, how are you? Hi Sridhar, how are you?" Like that they are talking to them as if they are a friend. From the place where I have come, we will at least say Anna. If we are not okay to say sir, we will at least sir, Sridhar Anna, Rupesh Anna. We used to call like that. But they are looking at me as if I am some alien. And after I got used to that, in the 3 years, obviously you will get used to it. Then to get back to that Anna was difficult for me. So that is the culture. This is one company. In that other company, you have to call them by sir only. Whether they are your immediate senior, just 2 years difference, you call Anna, you call sir. Like that they are telling in the other company. 2 companies, both big fours, but still completely different approach, completely different culture. Is that clear? So organizational structure, whether they have a hierarchical organization or whether they have a flat structure, is very important. Flat structure means here everyone is equal. You call them by name. Hierarchical structure means I am your senior, you call as sir. In US and all, they don't say sir at all. Sir, they only give for highest respect, like Sir C.V. Raman. So that is a title he has got. To give him respect, we call him sir. Usually in abroad, they never call by sir. They call by the second name. They call by the last name. So that is how it is. So organizational structure, how is it there? Whether it is hierarchical, whether it is a flat model, you will have to see to understand the culture, to understand the ethics which is there in the organization. You will see the structure. What is H? Human resource policies and practices. In some firms, really it is there when you go for articles, they will say that you have to wear kurta and come. You cannot wear formals and you cannot wear shirt and pant and go. And in some companies, if you see, they will be extremely specific with your dress code. Do you know that formals is actually not dark colored shirts? For guys, it has to be light colored shirt and a dark colored pant. Only that is considered as formal. And in KPMG, they really follow that. Monday to Thursday, only light colored shirts are allowed. You can't wear a black colored shirt. Even if you buy it from the formal section, from whatever shop you are getting, it is not considered as full formal. On Friday, you are allowed. That Mandarin collar, it is not considered as formal. Only on Fridays you can wear that Mandarin collar. Now to class, you are so used to wearing t-shirts, even collarless t-shirts people will wear and come to class. And suddenly when you have to shift to that kind of culture, it will be difficult. So now itself start practicing. Wear those formals, come to class. Don't come as if you are sitting at home itself. Have that thing that I will dress up a certain way for class. At home, you be however you want. Nobody is caring. Here there are no rules. No one to ask you why there is no collar. No one to ask. But still, you all are studying for what course? CA, which is a professional course. You have to start acting like a profession now itself. I also didn't know. Only in that orientation they are telling me black color shirt means it is not formal. Actually for girls it is not there. Only for boys. Light colored shirts only is formal. Dark colored, no formal. And anything, even if blue, if it is too dark or if it is a little jatang, how to say that? Little glittery, you cannot wear that as formals. Now, organizational structure, human resource policies and procedures. So the HR will make the policy. On Friday only you can wear that Mandarin collar, like that. The human resource policies and procedures, that tells you about the culture of the organization. That tells you about the ethics which they have in the organization. Assignment of authority and assignment of responsibility. In some companies, they will give you full authority. You can do whatever you want. I don't care whether it is your first company or not. First time you are coming for audit. I give you full authorization. You do whatever you want. I have full trust on you. You have completed your inter. You have attended 100 hours of audit class. Then you definitely know what to do. Like that, they will give a full authority for you. But some places, they will give you checklist. You just follow this checklist. Enough. You don't do one also outside this. Additionally, you don't even have to think. This is another company. Now, will this tell you about the ethics which is there, about the culture that they are following? Yes. That is assignment of authority and responsibility. Participation by those charged with governance. Who are these people called those charged with governance? They are the top management who are not involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. Now, in some cases, they will be involved in the day-to-day affairs of the company. Isn't it irritating? If they are involved, every day they are going to say, they are involved in the operations. Isn't it irritating? You do your work. You do business development. I will take care of this. You have given the responsibility to me, like that you will start feeling. So how much they have to participate is important. The other side is also not good. Them not at all knowing what is happening here. Will you respect them? அவன் சும்மா வருவான், he will eat the lunch, he will go, and he is getting that big salary. I am doing all the work and I am getting such a peanut salary. Like that you will be feeling. Participation must be there, but it should not be too much. Balance is required. So the participation by those charged with governance, this will also talk about the ethics, the culture of the organization. E is the ethics in itself. And lastly, PC, that is philosophy, management's philosophy and operating style, and commitment to competence. What is this philosophy and operating style? Philosophy is basically what they believe in. If you see in one company where I work, the partner is coming and telling, girls means they should wear bindi. You know what is the meaning of that bindi? You are basically all the negative shakti, you are stopping here itself. It will not enter. Like that he is talking. How you are feeling? I will keep bindi. In my own vision will, I will keep bindi. Now you have told me, I will definitely not keep. Like that we will feel or not? Even a person who is keeping that bindi, they will start feeling why he is doing this overaction. I will not keep it. So that is the commitment to competence and management's philosophy and operating style. Philosophy means what they believe in, and too much if they put it on you, then we will feel like, hey, what is this culture they are following here? For this bindi is talking for half an hour, then tomorrow he will torture me for sure. Like that we will start feeling. That is philosophy and operating style. Now say there is a company who is in practice and you are going there for articles, but there they are saying, if a client comes, we'll do the work. If the client doesn't come, my father's money is there. I will give you the salary from father's money. You enjoy. They are telling like that. How you will feel? 2 years of articleship right now, correct? 2 years, full enjoyment. If work is there, I will call you to office. That time you come to office. I will pay the salary. How you will feel? You will feel happy? How you will feel? All my friends are working. All my friends are learning. I am not able to learn anything. Like that you will feel or not? They need to be competent. They need to feel that I want to get that client. I will do anything to get that client. And they have to give that client to you. That is commitment to competence. This also tells about the culture which is there. The ethics that they are following. This is elements of control environment. Control environment is talking about the ethics and the culture which is there in the organization. That is shape PC. S is organizational structure. H is HR policies and practices. A is assignment of authority and responsibility. P is participation by those charged with governance. E is ethics, and next P is philosophy of the management, and last C is commitment to competence. Everybody together. What is shape PC? See and tell. S is H is HR policies and practices. A is P is E is another P is philosophy and operating style, and C is commitment to competence. Everybody together, we are under control environment. Control environment is one of the components of internal control. What is that control environment? Shape PC. S stands for organizational structure. H is HR policies and practices. A is assignment of authority and responsibility. P is participation with those charged with governance. E is ethics. Another P is philosophy of the management, and C is commitment to competence. That is shape PC, one of the component of internal control. What is the component? Shape PC is for which component? Control environment. For control environment, we want to know the culture which is there in the organization. Is that clear? The entity's risk assessment process. That is the component of internal control. Risk assessment process in crime or That is risk assessment process. Now, I spoke about business risk. Yes, any company will have the business risk. Yes or no? For Cadbury, what was the business risk? It is perishable and people can become health conscious and they don't have alternative for health conscious. They have alternative only for singles and doubles. Yes or no? Identifying the business risk. What is that business risk which is there? Estimating the significance of the risk. Assessing the probability of that risk happening. How many people will become health conscious? You tell me the probability that they will not buy this Cadbury at all. I am health conscious. What is the probability for that? Very low. Less than 1%. Like that, you will have to assess the likelihood of the probability and then decide about the actions to address those risks. For perishable, they identified a business risk, estimating the significance of the risk. Yes, it is very, very significant. What is the probability of it happening? If it goes beyond the expiry date, 100% it is probable that it will be of waste. For that, what is the action to address those risks? Instead of giving just the chocolate, put some chemical in the chocolate, expiry date will increase. So that is the action that they are taking. So 4 points here under risk assessment procedure. Identify the risk, significance of the risk, likelihood, that is the probability of the risk, and deciding about actions to address the risk. The mnemonic, if you want, you can remember is ISPA. What is that ISPA? Identify the risk, estimating significance of the risk, probability and actions. The order cannot change if they ask these questions, because first you will identify, second you will see whether it is important, the significance of the risk, then you will see the probability of it occurring or not occurring, and then you will take the necessary action. You can't say first I will take the action, then I will see the probability, then I will identify. It doesn't make sense. So if they ask this question, ISPA, if you remember, in the same order you can write the answer. What is ISPA? Identifying the business risk. S is significance of the business risk. P is probability of it occurring, and A is actions to be taken. What is the question? Risk assessment procedures. For that only, identifying the risk, seeing the significance of the risk, you are saying, correct? So that is risk assessment procedure. The entity is risk assessment procedure as a component of internal control. If you see components of internal control, we saw crime. What is C? Control activity. What is R? Risk assessment procedure. Under that risk assessment procedure only, ISPA is coming into place. Is that clear, guys? Information systems. Information systems including the related business process relevant to financial reporting and communication. Now, you as auditor, you are going for audit. Now, you want to see how this information system is operating properly or not. In your own words, you tell me, what are the things that you will ask the management? You want to know whether you can rely on that system, whether you can rely on that accounting software where they have prepared the financial statements. What are the questions that you will be asking them? What is the? Who has the access for this? Who is initiating it? Who is recording it? Who is processing it? And is there any review mechanism? Is anybody approving the transaction? Who are the people who have access for this? Anything else? Is there any option to rectify? If you make a mistake, can that person itself rectify it? Or somebody else's approval is required? Again, access only. Anything else? Backup. Because if they give you that information from this software, is there any backup in cloud? Where is that server located? Is that server near a coffee machine? Can everybody go and touch that server? Or for that access is there? Backup you will have to see. Now, journal entry, if they put, really whether it is going to the proper ledger, whether really it is going to trial balance, whether really it is going and affecting the financial statements, will you want to see that or not? Yes. So that is how the information is getting captured. how the financial reporting process is used to prepare the entity's financial statements. One person is just giving the journal entry. System itself is giving the financial statements as a whole. How is the system giving it? How is the back end of that system? All these points you will have to talk for information systems. All normal points. They are talking about backup. They are talking about input, that is capturing. They are talking about output. They are talking about any internal controls with regard to who has to put the journal entry, and all the other access related controls, that is who can initiate, who can record, who can process, and if there is any correction if necessary, who will be doing it. That is information systems. Components of internal control is crime, control activity, risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring activity, and control environment. Let me write it down here so that it is easy. Components of internal control is crime, control activity, risk assessment procedure, IS information system, monitoring activities, and control environment. Yes, clear till here? Now the control environment is what we saw first. Environment means around how is the culture, how is the ethics. For that, what mnemonic did we see? Shape PC. What is that shape PC? Organizational structure, HR policies and practices, assignment of authority and responsibility, participation by those charged with governance, E is ethics, P is philosophy of the management, and C is commitment to competence. Is that clear? This is control environment. After this, where did we go? Risk assessment procedure. Risk assessment procedure is ISPA. Identify the risk, significance of the risk, probability of it happening, and actions. Now in this risk assessment procedure, they are actually talking about business risk here. Identify the business risk, the significance of the business risk, probability of it happening or not happening, and actions to address those business risks. Is that clear? Then we went to information systems. In information system, input, process, output, and access controls, who is recording, initiating, correcting, and any internal control with regard to journal entry. That's all. Yes, now we only have control activity and monitoring. What is this monitoring? Let me tell you. Monitoring basically means an internal control is there, but whether that internal control is operating properly. Now you all tell me, have you had in this place called McD? Yes? Have you seen that documentary on Netflix about McD? Nobody has seen that documentary. It is only about 1 hour time. It will really pump you up if you see that documentary. The way McD is operating, how it was found, everything is given in that documentary. It will really pump you up. If you want to take a break, you go to Netflix and you see this McD documentary, but too close to exam, please don't see. Only if you want to take a break. Now, McD is a company where they used to operate only wherever there is airports. You know why? What is the meaning of fast food? Why price? Oh, you thinking that only if airport is there, that is a tier 1, tier 2 city, so there only they can afford McD? No, no, no. Basically, if you go to KFC or wherever you are eating, the chicken and fries or whatever is from India only. But only McD, they are taking the meat, they're taking the patties, taking the potatoes, everything from US, and they are importing it to India. So it is easier for them if airport is there in that city itself. So in that documentary only they would have told McD wherever they have opened, I don't know still if it holds good, but initially that was their mentality. Wherever they open McD, they have just two rules. One is they will open it in their own land. They will purchase the land, they will not give the rent, they also do real estate. Are you understanding? When they purchase the land price will definitely go up in 10-20 years. In the name of the company, the land will be there. That means the valuation of McD will also go up. One of the rule is they will always own the land. The second rule is it has to be airport. There has to be an airport in the same city. Now say McD, you all love their burger and patty and fries, correct? What is the internal control that McD should have for the person who is there at the cash counter, for him itself to not eat that patty, for him itself to not eat that french fries, for him to give the patty and get the cash from you? What is the internal control that they should frame? First thing is CCTV. But you all tell me, will one person always keep looking in that CCTV? Oh, other internal controls, please tell me. Sale, bill, stock levels, that is the most important part. Physical verification of stock if you do, okay, from airport this many patties came, from each burger only one patty will go. So what is the sale, what is the remaining, I will be able to identify like that. So physical verification, I will have to see the stock level. Anything else? Internal control. How will you frame for this McD? Anything else? Try to think. As an owner, you think. You are having so many outlets and you are believing the person in that outlet that he will really sell the burger and get the money and give it to you. What are the fraud that he can do? He will appoint a supervisor to see what is happening there, so that direct contact will be there with supervisor. Anything else? Anything else? Separate person for cashier, separate person to deal with the food. Yes, like how we have maker checker concept, here segregation of duties. The person dealing with food should not deal with cash. Like that they can have. Anything else? Anything else? They can have a notice here saying if you don't get a bill, consider the food as free. Yes or no? Have you seen that? Why are they having that? For the cashier to actually generate the bill from the software. Yes or no? So that the customer, if he doesn't generate the bill, what will the customer say? You have written here, if there is no bill, consider it free, so I will not pay. Now for you to make you pay, he definitely has to generate the bill. Once he generates the bill, software is captured the sale. Then he definitely has to give the money to the owner. Yes or no? Like that they can have multiple internal controls. For just one place, for just this person, you have multiple internal control. Yes or no? Same way for kitchen you can have internal control. For cleaning person you can have internal control. For assets of McD you can have internal control. Chairs will be there. No one should take the chair and run away. Like that, so many internal controls will be there. How will you see the monitoring of that internal control? This has to be an ongoing, continuous process. Where is that monitoring? Monitoring of internal control. It is a process to assess the effectiveness of internal control performance over time. Now there are so many internal controls, whether it is operating properly, whether it is designed at the adequate period for the adequate people, all of those things we will have to see. Helps in assessing the effectiveness of controls on a timely basis. It is ongoing activity, and if there is any customer complaint or regular customer complaint is there, that means there is a problem area. So there itself, if you have any complaints, you please scan here and you can type in that complaint. Like that, if you have that also is an internal control. So how will the monitoring of controls happen? Monitoring of controls will happen by way of seeing the effectiveness of control performance over time. It will be done on a timely basis and it is an ongoing activity, and any customer complaint or regular complaints if it comes, then the auditor can highlight on that specific area. This is monitoring of controls. Is that clear? Only one thing is left, that is control activity. What did we see in monitoring? First one, define the assessment of internal control. Second, timely basis. It is an ongoing activity. If there are any customer complaints or regular comments, if it is there, you will be seeing. And last one is again for small companies, it will be the owner or manager who is doing the internal control and also the monitoring of the internal control. Only one part is left now, control activity. Now with this, after this control activity, I will not teach anything now new for today, but we will be revising it at least 3 times before you go home. Is that clear, guys? Control activity means what? Now you all tell me, what is risk assessment procedure mnemonic? Risk assessment procedure here as part of control component of internal control. What was it? ISPA. The same ISPA is for control activity also. Here it is information processing, segregation of duty, physical control, performance review and authorization. Basically control activity is the activity, that is, it is the policy. This is the procedure that is going to help the management. Where and all you can have that activity, where and all you can have this rule. For segregation of duty, petty cash example I told you, each person is responsible for different activity. They are segregation of duties. Physical controls, for safeguarding the assets, only access, only with fingerprint you can come inside. That is the physical control. This is for office. Access card. Segregation of duties, what did we see? Example, petty cash. Each person is responsible for different controls. Performance review, one person is doing the work, you will not leave it like that itself. Another person has to come and check that work. That is performance review, maker checker. Authorization, I will have to put the entry, but before putting the entry, I have to go into my account, put my password, and then only I will be able to put in that entry. That is authorization must be there, password protection. Information processing, always about information systems, controls will be there. So control activity is nothing but the activity of the control. That means this only is the procedure, this only is the rule which is made by the management for the management. Where and all you can have the rules is ISPA with 2P, performance review, physical control. 2P are there. I is information processing, S is segregation of duty, P is performance review and physical control, and A is authorization. Is that clear? Now writing here, in control activity, what did we see? Again ISPA with double P. I is information processing, S is segregation of duties, P is physical control, another P is performance review, authorizations. Let's pause here and let's reflect as to what we have studied till now. Is that clear? We saw components of internal control. What is the mnemonic for components of internal control? Crime. What is crime? Control activity, risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring activity and control environment. What is that control activity? Under that we have ISPA. Control activity means this is the activity of internal control. This is the rule that we are talking about, that this is only the internal control. That is ISPA. With regard to information processing, rule can be there. Segregation of duties, rules can be there. Physical control, rules can be there. Performance review, rules can be there. And authorizations also, rules can be there. That is ISPA. For this is control activity, C of component of internal control. Next is R, that is risk assessment process, that is risk assessment procedure. Here what risk they are talking about? Business risk. Again it is ISPA, you will be identifying the business risk. S is significance of that business risk. P is probability of it occurring. A is Actions to be taken. Again, ISPA for risk assessment procedure. In crime, what is I? Information systems. For information systems, what will be the controls which is there? What is input? What is the output? And how is the process being undertaken by the information system? Apart from that, access controls, that is who is the maker, checker, whether they are correcting the information, who is initiating, who is recording, all that is access control, and all the internal controls with respect to journal entries should also be there for information systems. For monitoring, what did we see? MACD example we saw. It has to be an ongoing process. You will be assessing what is the effectiveness of internal control. It has to be a timely process, and if there is any customer complaints which is there, you will be seeing. And for small entities, the person who is making the internal control will be the person who is reviewing the internal control, the person who is monitoring the internal controls also. The last one is control environment, which is talking about the culture in the organization, the ethics which is there in the organization. The mnemonic is shape PC. What is S? H. A. Assignment of authority and responsibility. P. Participation by TCWG. E. Ethics. Another P. Philosophy of the management. And C. Commitment to competence. That is shape PC, components of internal control. Let us come from the top. Okay. What is audit risk? The risk of the auditor that he gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. Financial statement la thappu irukku. There is a mistake in financial statements, but the auditor has said that everything is correct. If that is the case, then we will call that as audit risk. What is material misstatement? The difference between amount, classification, presentation and disclosure of a reported financial statement item, and a difference between amount, classification, presentation and disclosure of an item as per AFRF. That is material misstatement. What is risk of material misstatement? It is a function of inherent risk and control risk. What is the function of audit risk? It is a function of risk of material misstatement and also detection risk. What is the function of detection risk? Sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Did we see what is detection risk? We didn't see what is detection risk. We saw what is detection risk. If the auditor is unable to detect the misstatement, it is called as detection risk. Under that sampling and non-sampling we saw? No? Okay. Under detection risk, there is sampling and non-sampling risk. Sampling risk means because of sampling, what is the risk that we have? That the sample is not representative of the population. That is only sampling risk. In any other case, if the auditor reaches a wrong conclusion, that is called as non-sampling risk. So detection risk is of two types: sampling risk, non-sampling risk. Sampling risk means the sample is not representative of the population. The conclusion based on sample is different from the conclusion of the entire population. Non-sampling risk means risk that auditor reaches a wrong conclusion, erroneous conclusion for any reason not related to sampling risk. Is that clear? Now, audit risk is split into two: risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Detection risk is split into two: sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Risk of material misstatement is split into two: inherent risk and control risk. Is that clear, guys? Then we went to SA 315, identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Under that we saw the objectives of SA 315. What is the objective? The name of the standard is the first point: to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at two levels, at the financial statement level and also at the assertion level. The second point is talking about the auditor shall do these four things to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement. What should he do? Identify the risk, assess the risk, relate the identified risk, and last one is see the probability of it happening, that is likelihood of misstatement. Then we went to risk assessment procedures. What is risk assessment procedures? Analytical procedures: inspection, inquiry, and observation. Inquiry, to whom and all will you inquire? People who are surrounding the entity, you will be inquiring. Who are those people? Internal audit personnel, who employees, in-house legal team, marketing and sales personnel, risk management personnel, information systems personnel. All these people you are going to direct your inquiry. Analytical procedures, what is their relationship between financial and non-financial data? Observation and inspection, what are you going to observe, what are you going to inspect? You will be observing the facility as a whole and the entity's premises. You will be inspecting any documents which is there in the entity, and you will be inspecting the minutes of the meetings by the management TCWG, and you will be inspecting the manual of internal control, IC manual you will be inspecting. Next, to understand the entity and the environment. What are the points given here? 1 point with respect to entity, 1 point with respect to environment. After that, there is accounting policy, business risk and financial performance. Now, point relating to entity, what will you remember? Cash flow statement. 4 points are there. First one is operating activity, investing activity, financing activity, and last is owner, or who is governing, who is the TCWG. This is nature of entity. Now, who is in the environment? The industry and the regulatory framework. They are there in the environment. After that, what is this business risk? Industry development, new product and service, and expansion of business, but the demand is unknown. Then next we went to financial performance, past, present and future. What is in the past? What has happened in the past? Key performance indicators. What is in the future? Budget or forecast, and also period on period, that is in the past. And present, you will see the credit rating agency reports and key performance indicators. Is that clear? This is what the question of this is. Understanding the entity and its environment. For this, 5 points are there. 1 point is entity, another point is environment, another point is accounting policy, another point is business risk, and last point is financial performance. Is that clear? Then we went to, it is a continuous process to understanding the entity. What and all, for example, what and all will you see it continuously? Few standards we saw. First, start with this standard. Risk of material misstatement, SA 320. Materiality, SA 510. Accounting policy, SA 550. Related party, 570. Going concern, 520. Analytical procedures and 580. Written representation, 7 points. Done. Then we went to internal control. Internal control, definition of internal control. This is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by the management or TCWG to provide reasonable assurance for the achievement of entities' objectives. 4 objectives are there. What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguard of assets, applicable laws and regulations. Then we went to objectives of internal control. Again 4 points are there. General or specific authorizations. Second one is correct amount, correct account and correct period. Third is assets are properly safeguarded. Again third is asset point only. Physical verification of asset. Benefits of understanding of internal control for the auditor. How is it benefiting for him? It is benefiting because he is able to identify a potential misstatement and identify the risk of material misstatement. After he identifies, what is he going to do? Designing the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. Limitations of internal control, 6 points are there. What are the 6 points? Internal control can provide only reasonable level of assurance, human judgment in the decision making, lack of understanding the purpose, collusion among the people, limitation in case of small entities we saw. Next, coming to study of various aspects under the general nature and characteristics. Purpose of internal control. What is there? 4. Same thing which we saw in the definition. Same 4. Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets and laws and regulations. Now, existence of satisfactory control environment. It is not an absolute deterrent to fraud. It only tells the auditor about the risk of material misstatement of the internal control and also the risk of fraud. Now, are all the controls relevant to the audit? Are all controls relevant to audit? No, based on these factors, you will say what are the controls which is relevant to audit. What are those factors? SLM, NCC, DRS. SLM, what is it? Size of the entity, legal and materiality. NCC, what is it? Nature, complexity and component of internal control. Now you know what is component of internal control. Crime is the component of internal control. Yes. What is DRS? Diversity and complexity. R is related risk and S is specific control. Next we went to nature and extent of understanding the internal control. How deep the auditor has to go to understand the internal control. He has to see whether internal control is capable of preventing, detecting and correcting, and he has to do the risk assessment procedures. What is that risk assessment procedures? IIoT. What is that IIoT? Inspection, inquiry, observation and tracing the transactions through the information system. Next we went to components of internal control, that is crime, control activity, risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring activity and control environment. What is control activity? ISPA. What is ISPA? Information processing, segregation of duties. P is physical control, another P is performance controls and A is authorizations. Risk assessment procedures. This is talking about business risk. Again ISPA. I stands for identifying the risk. S is significance of the risk. P is probability, likelihood of it happening, and A is actions to be taken. For information systems, what will you see? Input, process, output, journal entry control and access control. For monitoring, what will you see? You will see the assessment of the internal control, whether it is operating effectively, efficiently, and monitoring is a ongoing activity and it has to be done in timely intervals. If there is any customer complaints or regular comments from the customers, then you have to take note of that as well. And for small entities, the person who is doing the control itself is going to monitor the control also. What is control environment? Shape, PC, it is talking about the culture in an organization. What is S? Organizational structure, whether it is flat structure or hierarchical structure. H, HR policies and practices. A, assignment of authority and responsibility. P, participation by those charged with governance. E, ethics, another P, philosophy of the management. And C, commitment to competence. Is that clear? Now is it easy? 10 minutes time, study here itself. Till now whatever we have completed, please revise now itself. After that I am going to go to the next one. Time is only 1:35. Happy morning guys. Today you all are in very good mood. All smiling faces, happy faces. Why? What? Last smiling day. Why? Day after tomorrow you will be extra happy. Internal control, I am going to revise now. We saw the definition of internal control. What is it? It is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by management or TCWG to provide a reasonable assurance for achievement of 4 objectives. Please all of you tell me what is the definition of internal control. It is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by whom? By management TCWG to what? To provide reasonable assurance for the achievement of entities' 4 objectives. What are those 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, safeguarding of assets, laws and regulations, and last one, effectiveness and efficiency of operations. Now what are the objectives of internal control? 3 points are there, correct? 4, but third and fourth are similar points. So what is the first one? To identify. What is to identify? That is benefits to the auditor. I am asking about objectives. General or specific authorizations, whether it is recorded at the correct account, correct amount and the correct period, and assets are safeguarded and assets are physically verified. After that we saw the benefits of internal control. 3 points are there, correct? What are the benefits? It helps the auditor to identify the risk of material misstatement. It helps the auditor to identify potential misstatements, and with regard to this he will be able to design the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. After this we went to limitations of internal control. How many points are there? 6 points are there. What is the first one? It gives only a reasonable assurance. Human judgment is involved. What is it? Lack of understanding. The person who is performing the internal control does not even understand for what he is standing there. Fourth one. Collusion among the people. He can allow his friend to go. So between them they can work together and surpass the internal control. Judgment by the management. For small entities it is difficult to implement an internal control where there is only a owner and manager relationship. The next we went to study of various aspects. Under that we saw purpose of internal control. How many points are there? 4 points are there. Where did we already see these 4 points? In the definition, the 4 objectives we saw. What are these 4 points? Reliability of financial reporting, safeguarding of assets, effectiveness and efficiency of operation, and laws and regulation. Why are the boys side not even saying anything? You guys do one thing. You please come this side. All the girls move that side. Please do it immediately. Why? That place is? The boys, where you want to sit? No. You guys come this side. You girls go that side. Quickly. Now again please tell me the 6 limitations. The first one is reasonable assurance. The second one is human judgment. The third one is lack of understanding by the person who is doing the internal control. Fourth is, what is it? Collusion between the people. Fifth is what? Judgment by the management. And the last one is, for small entities, it is, you are actually telling from there. I only didn't hear. Okay. The next one is study of various aspects. Guys, please be with me. In study of various aspects, we saw the general nature and characteristics of internal control. And under that, the purpose of internal control. What is the purpose? The same 4 points which we saw in definition. Controls relevant to the audit. For that did we see a mnemonic? Controls which is relevant to the audit. Will the auditor see all the controls which is there and whatever is relevant to the audit? Whatever is relevant to the audit. How will he find out what is relevant to the audit? There is a mnemonic. What is the mnemonic? SLM, NCC, DRS. What is that SLM? Size of the entity. Legal and regulatory requirements. M is materiality. N is nature of what? Nature of the entity. C, complexity. Another C, component of internal control. D, diversity and complexity. R, related risk. And S, specific control which is there to prevent, detect and correct a misstatement. That is what? What is the question for this? The controls which are relevant to audit. After this there is extent of understanding the control. What extent, how in depth the auditor has to go to understand the control. For that how many points are there? 3 points are there. The first point is talking about the capability of the internal control, whether it is operating effectively and efficiently, whether it is able to prevent, detect and correct a misstatement. The second point is talking about risk assessment procedures. Under that risk assessment procedure we have a mnemonic called IO. What is that IO? That is IIoT. What is IIoT? Inquiry, inspection, observation and tracing the transactions in the information system. After that we went to components of internal control. Yes. Third point, obtaining and understanding. Okay. Components of internal control. What is a mnemonic, you all tell me? Crime. What is crime? C stands for control activity. R stands for risk assessment procedures. I stands for information systems. M stands for monitoring activity and E stands for control environment. Now the first one is control activity. For that control activity, do we have a mnemonic? ISPA with double P. What is that ISPA with double P? Shape PC is control environment. What I asked? Control activity. Control activity means this is the internal control that you can do. What are the areas you can do? If you remember, for each of the ISPA, I had given an example. What is that ISPA? Information processing. IS is segregation of duty. P is performance reviews. Another P is physical control and A is authorization. Everybody together, what is ISPA? Information processing, segregation of duty, physical control, performance review and A is authorization. What is that ISPA? Information systems, segregation of duties, performance review, physical control and authorizations. That is ISPA. The next is R. That is risk assessment procedure. Now which risk are they talking about? Business risk. Here you all know the meaning of what is business risk. For this again there is ISPA with single P. Now what is I? Identify the business risk. S is significance of the business risk. P is probability, that is likelihood of it occurring, and A is actions to be taken. Next is information systems. For this, what and all will you see as auditor? The input, the process, the output and any internal journal entries where internal controls are surrounding the journal entries. After that, any access related controls also you will be seeing. Coming to the monitoring part, for this only we saw the example of McDonald's, how you are going to monitoring. It is going to be an ongoing process. It has to be done timely. If there is any customer complaint or repeated customer comments, then the management has to take care of that. For small entities, it is difficult to do the monitoring. Next, we went to control environment. This is E of crime. For control environment, do we have a mnemonic? Shape PC is the mnemonic. But before that, what is control environment? It is the ethics, it is the culture which is there in the organization. For that only we have Shape PC. What is Shape PC? S stands for organizational structure. H is HR policies and practices. A is assignment of authority and responsibility. P is participation by those charged with governance. E is ethics. Another P is philosophy of the management, and C is commitment to competence. Still here we have completed yesterday. Yes or no? Can I move ahead? Yes? Now we have to go to benefits of evaluation of internal control by auditor. I told you there are only two parts after this. Evaluation of internal control, and then under this itself we have methods in evaluation of internal control. After this there is testing of internal control. After this there is nothing much here. So testing, methods and benefits of evaluation. That's all is there, which is the main part which is pending. What are the benefits of evaluation of internal control? Why should the auditor evaluate the internal control? It basically allows the auditor to know about a few things. What are those few things is given here? Is that clear? It allows the auditor to know about a few things where he is able to do the nature, extent and timing of audit procedures. The review of internal control will enable the auditor to know. Now first I will read the points and then I will tell you how to remember. Whether errors or frauds are likely to be located in the ordinary course of operations of the business. Now, how is the auditor going to find whether there is a fraud which is happening? He will see how the internal controls are operating and then he will know whether an error or a fraud has happened. Whether an adequate internal control system is in use and operating as planned by the management. The same point is repeated here. Whether any administrative control has a bearing on his work, whether the controls adequately safeguards the asset, how far and how adequately the management is discharging its function insofar as correct recording of transactions is concerned, how reliable the reports, records and certificate of the management can be, the extent and the depth of examination he needs to carry out in different areas of accounting, what would be the appropriate audit technique and audit procedure in the given circumstance, what are the areas where controls are weak and where it is excessive, whether some worthwhile suggestions can be given to improve the control system. Now if you see here, few points are for management, few points are for auditor. Whether error or fraud is likely to be located, auditor will be able to find if there is any fraud which is happening in the entity. Whether internal control system is in use and operating as planned by the management, because internal control is by the management, for the management, auditor will be able to see whether internal control is as per what is planned only. This is for the management. Whether any administrative control has a bearing on his work. This is also for management, where they are talking about administrative control. Here I told you the admin is down, what kind of controls they will have on you. The next is whether controls adequately safeguard the assets. Now for whom is this important? For the management, whether assets have been safeguarded. It is for the management. How far and how adequately management is discharging its function insofar as correct recording of transactions is concerned. The transactions has to be recorded correctly. We saw that it has to be recorded in the correct account, correct amount and in the correct period also. So whether the recording has been done correctly, we will know. How reliable the reports, records and certificates of the management can be. Reliability of reports which is given by the management. Now for the auditor, the extent and the depth of examination he needs to carry, I will know when I am evaluating the internal control. What is the audit procedure that I have to do? What are the areas where controls are weak? This is for the management. Whether some worthwhile suggestions can be given. This is also for management to improve the existing internal control. How many points for management? 5 points. And how many points for auditor? 5 points for auditor. Totally there were 10 points. We just split it into 2 and then we are able to say that 5 points for management, 5 points for auditor. Now what are the 5 points for the management? Whether the internal control is operating as it is planned. The second one, the administrative control, how are they working? Third one, whether assets are properly safeguarded. Fourth, to identify any areas which are weak, and the auditor will be able to give suggestions for improving the internal control. Now for the auditor, how is it helpful? He is able to detect if there is any error or fraud. He will be sure that it is recorded properly, that is recorded in the correct account, amount and correct period. He knows that the report which is given by the management, whether he can rely on that report, and then he will decide how in depth he has to go with respect to the audit procedures. And the last one is what is the audit technique or audit procedures that he has to use. Now does it become easier? 5 points here, 5 points for auditor. Is that clear? Now all of you together tell me what are the 5 points for management. The first one is whether internal control is operating as planned. Please tell, internal control operating as planned. The second one is Administrative controls. Third is assets are properly safeguarded. Fourth is weak areas can be identified. And last one for management is suggestions will be given for the management by auditor. For auditor, how and all is it important? He is able to detect any error or fraud which can happen, whether it is recorded at the correct amount, account and period. Third is reliability of the reports, and fourth is depth which he has to go, and the last one is the audit procedures and the audit techniques that he has to use. This is for benefits of evaluation of internal control by auditor. When he does the evaluation, few benefits are there for management and few benefits are there for auditor. If they ask this question, don't split the management auditor. That is for your understanding. You will be writing it together as 10 points. Is that clear? Now the next one is methods in evaluation of internal control. The first one is narrative record. Narrative record is exhaustive description of the system as found in operation by the auditor. Narrative record means what? Narration means what? Narration. For journal entry, you will be writing the narration, correct? What is the meaning of narration? You are describing that journal entry, giving additional information. That's all, correct? For journal entry, you will be writing in bracket. You are basically describing the transaction which has happened, giving additional information. Say loan has been bought from the bank. What will be the journal entry which is passed? Bank account debit to loan account. Yes or no? In narration, you will be writing 12% loan obtained on this date. Like that, you will be giving the narration with extra information. You are basically giving a record of what has happened, a description of what has happened. Same way as an auditor, when we go for audit, we will be seeing the internal controls, how it is operating and all of those things. Now, however I see the internal control is operating, I am making note of it. I saw that assets are properly safeguarded. Now, how did I see that? I saw people who have access only are entering into the, they are having the biometric system outside. I tried the biometric, it did not work. The person who has access, he tried the biometric, he was able to open the door. Like that, he will write it in words. That is the narrative record. The keyword which you will have to remember is exhaustive description. Exhaustive description of the system as found in operation by the auditor. What is checklist? Checklist is a tick mark activity. For example, for fixed assets, say for example, you take fixed assets in this class itself. Fixed assets or any kind of assets which is there in the class. I am not asking what are the assets here. What is the internal control which is framed by the management? What should be? First one, Kila Tata is there, correct? Tata. He is like a security. He will be seeing who is coming, who is going. Second, that is the internal control. What is the second one? CCTV has to be there. Third one? What is it? Admin. Admin has to be seeing. Now, how will admin know whether people who have paid only are sitting in this class? They have to have internal control. If you see the first few days, they took attendance. Yes, they were asking who and all are coming, whether you have already registered, whether your name is already there. First few days they took the attendance. After that, are they taking? No. So now your friends can come and sit in class. Yes. They can sit in class without even paying. How is the internal control? Weak. Like that, for assets, you tell me what is the internal control which should be there. Tata, that dog's name is Karpi. Gokula. Who is that Gokul? Your brother's name is Gokula. Why you told? Karpi, she will also see. If someone is taking the asset, she will bark and Tata will get very attentive. So she is one internal control. What else is there? Kirtan can see. Kirtan is like friend for you all, correct? But he is actually part of admin, so he knows what you are talking and he will tell to the exact person whom he has to tell. So he is internal control person. What other things we can keep? Physical verification. That has to be done. How many pads are there? How many ACs are there? Okay, 4 corners, 4 AC are there. Tomorrow also when I come, 1 AC should not be missing. All 4 corners AC should be there. Physical verification of what? Of pads, of ACs, of chairs, of fans. All of these things. Physical verification has to be there. They have to tag all the assets. For example, I am saying how many fans are here? 7 fans are there in the class. So I will say fan number 1, fan number 2, like that I will be writing the tags. Same way for AC, I will give the names for the AC. Same way for your writing pad also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that I will have the tag. So if tag number 12 is missing, I know whom to ask. Like that I will have the tags. What? Siva is whom? He is also good for internal control. He is part of admin team. Okay, so Siva is also there. He is also like Kirtan. He will be like student here, but he is actually like a spy. If anyone takes the pad, he knows whom to tell. So Siva is there. So many internal controls are there. Now as an auditor, you know that these internal controls should be there. So when you come for audit, you are going to see, is Tata there down? Yes, he is there. Whether he is sleeping, whether he is awake, that is secondary. He is there. So internal control tick. CCTV, is it there? How you will know whether it is working or not? You turn the light off, that night vision light will come. Have you seen that? Yes, it is working. CCTV is working. Admin people, are they there in the room? Yes, sir, they are there in the room. Whether the room is locked, whether they are sleeping in room, doesn't matter. Whether they are there in the room. Yes, sir, they are there. Karupi, is she there? Yes, sir. Whether she is barking or if you give the biscuit, she'll come with you home, doesn't matter. Whether she is there or not. Yes, she is there. Kirtan, is he there down? Yes, every day we are able to see him. He is also there. Physical verification of pad, AC, chair, fan, are they doing that? No, they are not doing that. Tags, is it there for tags? No, it is not there. Siva, is he coming to class every day? Yes, Sunday also he will come to class to see if everything is fine. So, yes, internal control is like this. Like this, you should be able to do a tick mark activity. First, you will frame all the internal controls which should be there in the organization, and then you as an auditor will just put tick into easy work for auditor. Yes or no? Checklist means series of instructions or series of questions which the member of the auditing staff should answer or follow. That means the person who is going for audit, he will only check, put the tick. He will see tag is there, put the into. AC is there, yes, put the tick. Like that, he will see whether internal control is there and he will only put the tick or into. That is only the checklist. What is this questionnaire? IC questionnaire. Now say a person who is going for audit. You don't know what to ask the person. So I will frame the questions beforehand and I will tell you. So when you're in your articleship, many a times you will notice this. When you go for your first or second audit, you will not know what questions to ask, correct? You will not know. So your senior will basically give you a list of questions which you have to ask the client. Just fill the answers and come. So that is the internal control questionnaire, where it is a comprehensive series of questions concerning IC. Say for this academy, if you are appointed as auditor, I am the senior auditor, you are the article assistant. I will be telling you the questionnaire, saying you please ask the management whether they have the tags for fixed assets. You ask the management whether the security is active at all times. You ask the management how is it possible for security to do morning shift and night shift. Are they two security people? 24-hour shift. Is it possible? No. So you ask these questions to the management. Like that, I will educate you so that you can go and ask. That is only the IC questionnaire where I will be giving you the questions. What is flow chart? You all know what is flow chart. We keep doing that in theory class. Yes or no? Flow chart is asset. Is it there? Yes, it is there. If it is there, then whether it is tagged. If it is tagged, what is the serial number starting from? If you've seen that all the serial numbers, is there anything missing? Like this, you made a flow chart this side. If asset is not there, then you close and go. That's it. Like this, you will be making a flow chart, and with this, you will go for audit so that you know you will start from here and then you will keep going in that flow. Is that clear? So, what is flow chart? Flow chart is a graphic representation of each part of company system of internal control. Like that, for everything it will be there. Now you did for asset, next you will be doing for liability, next you will be doing for how they have financed, what is the debt that they have taken, if they have taken loans, then from whom they have taken the loan, what is the name of the person, what is the interest, all of those things will come in the flow chart. Is that clear? So the methods in evaluation of internal control, there are 4 methods: narrative record, checklist, questionnaire and flow chart. Easy or not? When you go for audit, you will ask the questions and you will keep writing. That is the narrative record. Checklist is tick, tick, tick. IC questionnaire is me giving you the question and you just asking the question from audit team. Flow chart is a graphical representation. These 4 are there. Keywords are also important. What is the keyword for narrative record? Exhaustive description. What is the keyword for checklist? Series of instructions or questions. What is the keyword for IC questionnaire? Comprehensive series of questions. What is the keyword for flow chart? Graphic representation of each part. Is that clear? Yes, now this is not in red. I want you to please underline and highlight or do something with that keyword so that you know this is important. Is that clear? Can we move forward? The next one is testing of internal control. Now, how are you going to test the internal control? Now, you all tell me, when you say testing, what is the meaning of testing? You are seeing whether internal control is there and you are seeing whether internal control is operating effectively and efficiently. Now, PVR had this internal control. Their internal control was good only. Yes or no? That there has to be a person outside, that they have to check whether people who are entering the cinema theatre, whether they have really purchased the ticket or not. So that internal control was there, but it was not operating effectively and efficiently. Say for example, unnecessary controls are there. Have you seen unnecessary controls? What is unnecessary control? Outside food not allowed. They have that control. You know why they have that control? Because more than ticket sale, their actual revenue comes from sale of snacks. You see price of popcorn. How much they have increased? 400. 400 rupees. 700 I don't think so. 400 for a popcorn. Large popcorn is 400. Medium is 400. You know what? I remember having popcorn from Satyam for 95 rupees. Really, I am telling. 95 rupees Satyam popcorn. It used to be so good. Now also it is good. Taste is good. But price is too high. PVR medium popcorn is how much? 400. For medium. Unlimited 1000. 700. 700 really? For large popcorn, ticket price is 120 rupees. Now ticket price is how much? No, normal in PVR, how much is ticket? 190. What? 210? When I went, it was 120 rupees. Online only 120 rupees. Conveyance. Oh, you are telling inclusive of your petrol charges and all. They are charging conveyance. Why they charge conveyance? Convenience fee. Not conveyance. Convenience fee they will be charging. How much they are charging? 200 rupees, okay, you keep for a ticket. And 700 rupees for popcorn. Can we have just the popcorn? Not possible. We'll have the Coke along with it. And they themselves will have like combo. Have the combo offer, 1000 rupees. Gone. Once you go for movie, actually nowadays, previously, movie used to be so cheap. We used to go for any movie which is released. Nowadays we are not going as much. And even if we go for movie, opposite my house one theatre is there. So we'll walk and go. If movie is not good, in interval we can walk and come back. So it is easier like that. So we always prefer that theatre only, just opposite my house. We can go and come off. Yes, that only. There only you are also there, and there only I am also there. Now, the next I am not telling in online, then someone will be like, if they don't like me, what if they come with knife and all? So, not required to reveal the address. Now, testing of the internal control. Now, as an auditor, if you want to test the internal control, you will be testing the operating effectiveness, and you will also be testing whether this internal control is required in the first place. Actually, for company, PVR as a company, they need that internal control. That outside food should not be coming inside. Is this control required that when you enter, they will feel you fully? And then only they will allow you to get inside, yes or no? Why that is required? Really? Are they checking for bomb? They are checking for outside snacks. Whether you are having that outside snacks, they will check like this and then they will send you inside the theatre. Yes. So when I go, I will tell them, don't touch. Please don't touch. I have baby with me. He is my shield. So I will tell, don't touch. But when sir and all goes, boys, no chance. They have to do like that. You cannot avoid it. You have to go through that. Then only you can go for that movie itself. Now, for this, for testing of the internal controls, you have to remember a new audit procedure. Now, how many audit procedure we saw? Error we saw for overall audit procedure. After that we saw IO, which is there for what? Risk assessment procedure. You saw IO, that is analytical procedure, inspection, inquiry and observation. Next, IIoT was for what? It was for internal controls under that risk assessment procedure. That's why analytical procedures is not there for internal control. So it was IIoT. Now when I say error, IIO, now I am talking like tiara. Yes, you all will be like dandanaka. Yes or no? That is IIOTR. Now what is this IIOTR? IIO stands for inspection, inquiry and observation. T, let me tell you, what are we talking about? Testing. T for testing. The same T. Now R in error, there are two R's, correct? What are the two R's? Reperformance and recalculation. For internal control, can you do a recalculation? No, there is no financial data much here, so recalculation is not possible. That is why we have reperformance. Is that clear? So, overall audit procedures is error. Next we saw if it is risk assessment procedures, it is IO. Next for internal controls, under that risk assessment procedure, we took off that A, IIO, and we just added one more T, which is tracing of transaction. Now we are in testing of internal control. Under that there is IIO. Now we are all talking like whom? TR. You heard that new song of TR? It is so nice. When I heard that song, full day that song is in my head. Again and again in loop, it is going on and on and on. It is very good. You might not like him, but actually he has a very good character. Such a beautiful character he has. Initial days, I did not like Simbu also. But now I like him like anything. Whatever happens, he will not leave his father down. Have you seen that? You can tease him, you can collage him, you can put memes for him, you can do whatever you want. But Simbu will not leave his father down. He will see him like God. Have you seen that? Such a beautiful relationship between them. I became Simbu fan. Very recently I became Simbu fan. You all are Simbu fans? Really, you all are Simbu fans? Not Vijay fans? You are not Vijay fan. See, always, it is like asking, are you Rajni fan? Everybody is Rajni fan. Why to ask and waste the time? Like that, no need to ask, are you Vijay fan and all. Everybody will be Vijay fan. Apart from Vijay fan, you can also be Simbu fan. Or you can be Surya fan. But why to be Surya fan now, I don't know. But still, Surya fan you can be for his character, not for his movies. You can be for his relationship with Jyotika, not for his acting. Yes or no? For that you be his fan. Now see here, coming back to subject. Back to subject. Guys. Back to subject. Now we are talking about auditing. Under that we are in SA 315. Under that we are seeing internal control. Under that we saw so many audit procedures. I have collated all of that in one place. All the audit procedures together is A-ROAR. Risk assessment procedures is IO. Internal controls risk assessment procedure is IIOT. And lastly, testing of internal control is IIOTR. Is that clear? What is the TR stand for? Testing and re-performance. Recalculation is not possible because now we are talking about internal controls. Please put that in your head. Is that clear, guys? Can we move forward? Now just read the text which is given here. Test of controls may include inspection of documents supporting transactions and other events to gain audit evidence that the internal control operated properly. Inquiry about and observation of internal control that leave no audit trail. Re-performance involves the auditor's independent execution of procedure or control that were originally performed as part of entity's internal control. Testing of internal control operating on specific computerized application or over the overall information technology function. They are talking about testing for IT. Re-performance of auditor's independent execution of what is already done by entity's internal control. Inquiry and observation which has no audit trail. That means you are not able to trace the transactions. You are not able to go series of verification procedures. That was the audit trail, correct? Inspection of documents. Like this you please write next to each of the things. Because IIOTR you will not forget when you see the testing. But what you will have to complete the sentence, correct? So for that you please write it here in the side itself. Inspection of document, inquiry and observation which leave no audit trail. Testing of IT, re-performance of whatever is already done by the management's internal control. Is that clear, guys? Risk that require special audit consideration. When will you go for special audit if it is risky? Now what are the risks which is going to tell you that special audit is necessary? Whether the risk is a risk of fraud, whether the risk is related to recent significant economic, accounting or other developments like changes in regulatory requirements, therefore require specific action, complexity of transaction, whether involves significant transaction with related party, the degree of subjectivity in the measurement of financial information relating to risk, especially those measurements involving wide range of measurement uncertainty, whether risk involves significant transactions that are outside normal course of business. Now there are 2 points which you have to remember, which is with regard to related party. Now what is the meaning of related party? What is the meaning of related party? Holding and subsidiary is related party. Anything else? Associate, joint venture, all of these things, basically people who are related to the company in some way or the other, the management, TCWG, director, CEO, CFO, all of them also will become the related party of the company. Now you have to know any transaction which is to the related party transaction is a risky transaction, yes or no? Why is it a risky transaction? Who wants to become an entrepreneur? Where is Shweta? No. You had the Shweta Leia silks. You have sister? You have sister? Okay. Now your sister and your mother, both of them are coming to Shweta Leia silks and they purchased 10 saris. We already know Shweta Leia silks is a premium silk brand. So each saree minimum 10,000 rupees. So the bill was around 1.5 lakhs each. Now are you going to put this bill? Are you going to put this bill? Will you put this bill? Now as a mother I am asking you, Enda, I woke up before you, I made food for you to go to class, and then now you became a chartered accountant and now you have your own company. First of all, 10 months you are in my stomach. I made you. 10 masam. You are in my stomach. I made you, and then now you are asking me money. Isn't that the question that they will ask? Yes or no? So what you will do? So what you will do? You will ask for a discount? Will you say discount? No. If you give discount also, she is going to spit on your face. Yes or no? Especially these mothers, I'll tell you. Fathers, at least little bit they will be polished when they are talking. But mothers, extreme dramatic. Who and all mothers are overly dramatic? Only very few. Hardly 10-15 hands are up. My mother, if you see, the way she is talking, if you see her, as if she is acting in a serial, you will feel that way. As if she is acting in serial. Small thing would have happened. She will talk about why she is living in this world. Why I should be there in this house. I will leave the house and go. Your wish. Your wish. She will never go. No chance. She will never go. But still, for every small issue, why I should be there in the house? If you can't listen to this also, why I should be there? As a mother, why I should stay in the house? Why? How I can answer that question? Why I am staying in the house uselessly? Same way you also stay in this house. How I can answer for you? Like that, they are going to ask so many questions to you. All unnecessary question, dramatic question. So you are going to bill her for 0 rupees. No, any related party transaction is dangerous transaction because there is a possibility that it will not be there in the normal course of business. Now, what is the meaning of normal course of business, also called as ordinary course of business? Ordinary course of business, also called as arm's length price or arm's length transaction. Arm's length price means if you are strict officer and if you feel like outside people, I will charge 1.5 lakhs. To my mother or sister also, I am going to charge the same 1.5 lakhs. If you are like that, That means it is in arm's length price, arm's length transaction, normal course of business or ordinary course of business. These are different terminologies, but this will never ever be the case. You all know you cannot do that to your mother or sister. Yes or no? Sister is even more dangerous. She will slap and go. Yes or no? Extreme dangerous. Especially the relationship between me and my brother. If you see, it will be a little okay. At least in childhood he used to hit me. He used to abuse me. Remote will be next to him. He will call me from the room. I will think something urgent is there. And he will be like, hey, on the remote eduthu kudu. I will be like, for this you call me from there. You just have to extend your arms and take it. Like that you will feel, yes or no. I have an elder brother and younger brother. Both of them are not own brothers. But still they stayed in my house for more than 10 years. We all did schooling together. Unfortunately or fortunately they were with me. Now younger brother also delivered a baby. Yes, day before yesterday only. Older brother has 2 kids. Still they are behaving like that only. Actually if you are the girl child and if you have brothers, no, that is the problem. They feel like you are a servant in the house. Whatever work they want. Now younger brother will see, okay, older brother is asking. So it is my duty also to tell her the work. Like that they are so accustomed to it. Any work they want, they will ask me. To book their train ticket with their family and kids, they will ask me, am I agent for you? Am I travel agent? You are going and enjoying with your wife and your kids, but still they will call me, they will send message because calling too much effort. So just send the message. Please book the ticket. They will give the money, but still they please book the ticket. This date, this time. Before and all I was doing. Now I am busy. I cannot do. Last time you know what he did? Emotional attack. You didn't book the tickets. I didn't go for trip. I didn't go for trip. And really my Anni also is saying, நீங்க book பண்ணல, so அவர் வேணான்னு சொல்லிட்டாரு. Next time whenever you are free, you book it. That time we will go for emotional damage. Emotionally attacking. Family they will attack now. Before only one person I had to tackle. Now kid is asking the question. Anni is asking the question. Kid last time you know what she asked? Now she is about 8 or 10 years. I went there. I got box of chocolates for her. She is asking me, chocolates சாப்பிடக்கூடாது தெரியாதா? You can't bring Barbie doll for me. You don't know I cannot eat the chocolate. My mother will not allow me to eat the chocolate. You cannot bring Barbie doll. So next time whenever I go to Coimbatore, I will call beforehand. You give the list. I will purchase what and all you want. Then I will come so that I can save myself from all these embarrassing questions. Now what happens is, what was I saying? Related party. Oh, these relatives are so dangerous. They will get you out of audit. Now, related party transactions, wherever you see, or whether they are having the transaction in arm's length basis or ordinary course of business or in the normal course of business, the auditor will have to see that. That only is given here. Whether the risk is a risk of fraud, whether the risk involves significant transactions with related parties, whether the risk involves significant transactions that are outside the normal course of business. Sometimes they will not be a relative, they will be a friend. But to friend also, can you charge that 1.5 lakhs? No, you cannot charge that 1.5 lakhs. At that time also it is not the ordinary course of business, but still it requires a special audit consideration. So we saw risk of fraud, whether it is not in ordinary course of business, significant transactions with related parties. Now say for example, you are going and seeing the figure debtors. Debtors is 5 crores. You are seeing the figures creditor is 20 crore. Now you are asking them to explain these two transactions because few names here, the similar names you saw here also. So you are going to the management and saying, sir, please explain who has to give the money, who has to get the money. You all ask me, now I am the management. How you will ask? How you will ask? Why you all are staying? You all are going to go for articles, correct? You all are going to go for articles. For that only you come for training here to know what are the audit procedures. Now for testing means you will think, oh, I am testing internal control. IAO TR should come to your head when you go for articles. Now you will do the inspection, inquiry, observation, testing, re-performance like that. One. Have I done it? Do a tick mark activity and keep going forward. Now you all have come for articles. I am the management. You have doubts about debtors and creditors because so many names are common between them. You ask me the question, who are these names? Can you please explain your debtors and creditors? Ask me. Explain what? Debtors and creditors. Now I will explain, sir. Don't worry. Now sales is made to, tell your name, Sushmita, for 1 crore, sir. Now this sale is of car. Now Sushmita has a manufacturing plant where she will be giving me the automotive parts. Okay? All of you understanding till here, correct? So she gave it to me for 20 lakhs. So I need to give her money for 20 lakhs. What is your name? Sandhya. Sandy. This Sandy has also given me some automotive part for 30 lakhs. And if you see, to same Sandy, I have given a loan for 3 lakhs. Now this Sandy and Sushmita had a transaction previously, sir. They have sold something for 10 lakhs. What this Sushmita did, she actually gave me that bill of exchange for that 10 lakhs and she collected that money of 8 lakhs only. Is that clear? Because Sushmita is getting that risk. So 2 lakhs is the commission that I am charging. So 2 lakhs commission is also included in the sale, sir. Apart from this, princess is there, correct? D princess. The princess is there. The princess sold some goods to me for 20 lakhs. But this Sushmita has also sold goods. Sandy has also sold goods to princess. Princess owes them money. Instead of that, they told that I myself can give to Sushmita and Sandy for this D princess. Are you understanding? How much I owe? How much this princess owes? How much Sandy owes? How much Sushmita owes? You please tell. They are explaining something, but you are not able to understand because the transactions has so many complexities. In that case, you will go for special audit consideration. Where is that point? The complexity of transactions. They are trying to explain, but it is so complex you are unable to understand. That is the complexity of transaction. 4 points we have seen till now. When it requires special audit consideration, when there is risk of fraud, when there is a related party transaction, when it is not in the ordinary course of business, and now we studied complexity of transactions. Risk is related to significant economic, accounting or other developments like changes in regulatory environment, and therefore it requires specific attention. Say for example, as per previous Companies Act, it was director's salary has to be so much, sitting fees has to be so much. As per 2013, sitting fees has to be so much. It has changed. Now in that case, automatically the place where it has changed will be risky. So it requires special audit consideration. Where there is a change in the regulatory environment, you will be going for special audit consideration. Measurement uncertainty. Now debtors is there. Debtors was how much? 5 crores. Provision for bad and doubtful debts is 1 crore. How I made this 1 crore, let me tell you. The previous year, the debtors were 1 crore and 20% of the 20 lakhs was the provision for bad and doubtful debts. So same way I did it for this time also. I have told like that. But the previous year, whoever was there in debtors, not even a single person is repeating this year. So can you have that same 20%? No, there is a lot of material uncertainty which is here. So wherever there is measurement uncertainty, then you will go for special audit consideration. 6 points are given here. What are the 6 points? Risk of fraud, significant changes in regulatory environment. Third, complexity of transaction. Fourth, significant transaction with related party. When you say related party itself, related point also you tell. When it is not in the ordinary course of business. Next is material uncertainty. It is there. In these 6 cases you will require for special audit consideration. Identifying significant risk. Significant risks are inherent risks with both a higher likelihood of occurrence and higher magnitude of potential misstatement. The auditor assesses the assertion affected by significant risk as higher inherent risk. The following are always significant risk. One is risk of material misstatement due to fraud. If it is there, it is a significant risk. Significant transactions with related party which is outside the normal course of business, you will call that as significant risk. What are the 2 cases of significant risk? Risk of material misstatement due to fraud and related party transactions which is outside the normal course of business, you will call that as significant risk. Risk of material misstatement greater for significant non-routine transactions. Risk of material misstatement greater for significant judgmental matter. Now, risk of material misstatement, when is it greater? If it is something is not in routine, which was not there in the last 3 years, and suddenly some expense has happened this year. In that case, we will call that as risky. There is a possibility that a mistake can happen here. An important mistake can happen here. What is those non-routine transactions? Arising from matters such as greater management intervention to specify the accounting treatment. Till now, they allowed the accountant itself to do the job. Suddenly, those charged with governance, CEO, CFO, they are all having meeting. You saw the minutes of the meeting that they are talking about the accounting treatment for a specific loan which they have received. Whether it is really loan or whether they are converting black to white. You know, always loan is the place where they will convert the black to white. Do you know that? Yes. You know how they will convert the black to white? Most of the cases what I have seen, I always see in this loan place only. I'll tell you how they do the conversion of black money to white money. Say for example, I have the cash in hand. I want to convert this cash to white because cash means I've made sale where I'm not paid the GST, I'm not paying the income tax. This is black money which I have generated. Say I am having black money. You are my student. I am using you to convert this black money to white money. I will tell you how. Who has lots of money in their bank account? Amar. Amar, you are going to help me to convert this black to white money. Okay. Now, I just made a sale of 1 crore in cash. Amar, I will give you 1 crore in cash. You please give me 90 lakhs in the bank account. Is that okay? 10 lakhs is your profit. He is a true businessman. Okay, fine. 5 lakhs extra. 85 lakhs you give me in my bank account and I will give you 1 crore as cash today itself. Deal. No deal, deal. Deal. 85 lakhs. What Amar has done? He has transferred this to my bank account. Now, if I show this as sale, I have to show all the other documents. So what I will do? I will show this as loan received from Amar. Will I ever repay the loan? No. In the books of accounts, I am always going to show this as loan from Amar of 85 lakhs. 85 lakhs has come inside. So I will show loan from Amar for 10 years or for 100 years also. This loan from Amar is going to be there in the books of accounts. How is it going to affect me? It's not going to affect me in any way. So I will show this separately. It will keep going on. As an auditor, you know how we can find this one? How we can find this? You know how? How? External confirmation, you will ask the Amar. Amar is going to say, yes, I gave the loan. They did not pay. Whether interest is debited, that is one way. No one will give the loan for high amount without interest. Second one is, there should be something called due date of that loan. What is the period of that loan? Normally, if a loan is outstanding for more than 5 years, that means they have used for converting. If it is more than 5 years and there is no money which is going out year on year, that means they have no intention to pay that money back. They have taken it in their bank account. They would have repaid him back in cash. That Amar is happy. He got extra 15 lakhs. He negotiated very well. Amar is very happy. Yes or no? Like this, they will use that loan account which is there in your books of accounts. That item, you should be very careful when you go for audit. Is that clear? Yes. Yes, guys. Now, risk of material misstatement greater for significant non-routine transactions. Now, the first time when he is transferring the money, they will be discussing between themselves. It is a non-routine transaction. Routine means his expenses, purchases, sales, all of these. Now, did I teach you how to convert the black to white money? No, you don't use this. Use this for identifying if somebody else is doing it. Is that okay? Please don't try this at home. Greater, first you need the money for you to convert. Greater management intervention to specify the accounting treatment. Greater manual intervention for data collection and processing. Complex calculation. Nature of non-routine transaction which makes it difficult for entity to implement the controls over the risk. These 4 cases is saying risk of material misstatement is higher when the non-routine transaction is there. If for judgmental matters also risk of material misstatement is higher, only 2 points are there. Accounting principle for accounting estimate and revenue recognition may subject to differing interpretation. Required judgment may be subjective or complex or require assumptions about effect of future events. Example, judgment about the fair value. So these 2 points are for ROM is higher for judgmental matters. These 4 points are for ROM is higher for non-routine transactions. Quickly from internal controls, let's see what and all we saw today. We started off with the definition of internal control. It is a process which is designed. All the boys here, as if you are seeing some movie. Tell ma'am, I will watch the class. Like that you all are sitting. Briskly sit! It is what is the definition of internal control? It is a process which is designed, implemented and maintained by the management and TCWG for what? To provide a reasonable assurance for the achievement of 4 objectives. What are those 4 objectives? What are the 4 objectives? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, laws and regulations. What are the objectives of internal control? 4 objectives are there. What? General or specific authorization, correct amount, correct account in the correct period, assets are properly safeguarded and assets are physically verified. Going to the benefits for the auditor in evaluating the internal control. What are the benefits? Identifying the risk of material misstatement, identifying the potential misstatement, and based on this he is going to design the nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures. What are the limitations of internal control? 6 points are there. What is the first point? Reasonable assurance. Second one, human judgment is involved. Third one, lack of the understanding. Fourth one, collusion among the people. Fifth one, judgment by the management. And last one, For small entities, it is difficult to implement. Study of various aspects. We saw purpose of internal control. What is the purpose? 4 points are there. Effectiveness and efficiency of operations, reliability, safeguarding of assets and laws and regulations. Next we went to controls which is relevant to the audit. For this we have a mnemonic. SLM, NCC, DRS. What are the controls which are relevant to audit? SLM, what is it? Size of the entity. Legal and regulatory requirements. M is materiality. N is nature of the entity. C is complexity. Another C is competence of internal control. D is diversity and complexity. R is related risk and S is specific control which is there to prevent, detect and correct a misstatement. Next we went to, now we just saw which one? Controls which is relevant to audit, correct? The next is nature and extent of understanding the relevant control. That means how in depth the auditor has to do. 3 points are there. The first one is capability, the internal control, whether it is capable for the design and for preventing, detecting and correcting the material misstatement. The second is risk assessment procedure. What is the mnemonic? IIO is the mnemonic. IIOT is the mnemonic. Inspection, inquiry, observation, and T is tracing the transactions in the information systems. The third point is understanding the internal control does not mean that it is operating effectively and efficiently. Then is components of internal control. Under components, what is the mnemonic? Crime. What is C stands for? Control activity. What is control activity? ISPA. What is ISPA? What? Inspection inquiry. Now we are in control activity. This is the activity of the internal control. I is information system. S is segregation of duties. P is performance review. Another P is physical control. A is authorizations. This is ISPA. And what is the question for this? Control activity. For control activity, what is the question? Components of internal control. Don't forget where we are. Next is R. R stands for risk assessment procedure. Under that, what is the mnemonic? ISPA. With single P, I is identifying the what risk? Business risk. S is significance of the business risk. P, likelihood, probability, and A is actions to be taken. The next is I, information system, input, process, output, and access controls and judgment with regard to the internal controls. The next is M, monitoring activities. You will be assessing the internal control. It is an ongoing activity. It will be done at a timely manner. And lastly, for small entities, it is difficult to do the monitoring. And next one is E, control environment. What is the meaning of control environment? Meaning of control, it is the culture, it is the ethics which is there in the organization. The mnemonic is shape PC. S is organizational structure. H is HR policies and practices. A is assignment of authority and responsibility. P is participation by those charged with governance. E is ethics. Another P is philosophy. And C is commitment to competence. Is that clear? Then we went to evaluation of the internal control. It enables the auditor to note 10 points. 5 is for the management, 5 is for the auditor. What are those 10 points? You all tell me. For the management, first one, whether internal control is operating as per it is planned. Administrative controls. Third is assets, whether the safeguarding of assets. Fourth is what are the weak areas you are able to identify. Suggestions for improving the internal controls to the management. For the auditor, what are the 5 points? Detecting the error or fraud, whether it is recorded properly. Third is the reliability of the reports which is given by the management. Fourth is the depth of doing the procedures. And last one is audit techniques and audit procedures. 10 points, easy to remember. The next we went to methods in evaluation of internal control. There are 4 methods: narrative record, checklist, IC questionnaire and flowchart. What is the keyword for narrative record? Exhaustive description. What is the keyword for checklist? Series of instructions. What is the keyword for IC questionnaire? Comprehensive series of questions. What is the keyword for flowchart? Graphic representation of each part. Then we went to testing of the internal control. For this you will be testing the design and also the operating effectiveness. Audit procedures which you will be using is IIO-TR. What is that IIO-TR? IIO is inspection, inquiry, observation. TR, testing, and R is re-performance, recalculation cannot come in internal control. Risk that requires special audit consideration. 6 points are there for special audit. The first one is whether the risk is a risk of fraud, whether the risk is related to reason significant, economic, accounting or developments, but we will remember it as changes in regulatory environment. Third is complexity of transactions. Fourth is related party transaction and outside the normal course of business, and measurement uncertainty is there. 6 points. Identifying significant risk, risk of material misstatement and related party transactions which is not in the normal course of business. Say for example, there is some sale which is done to the CEO, CFO or mother, father, you keep whomever you want, a related party, and the sale is done in the same amount as to how it will be done to the outside people. Is there any risk here? If you have concluded that it is in the normal course of business, there is no risk even if it is to related party. Is that okay? Now risk of material misstatement, some transactions which are non-routine, some transactions which is judgmental matters, the risk of material misstatement becomes very high. What are those non-routine transactions? Management intervention for specifying the account treatment, management intervention for data collection and processing, complex calculation, and non-routine transactions. For judgmental matters, accounting estimate and future events, for example, ascertaining the fair value. Is that clear? Internal controls, easy, difficult, hard? Easy only. Before internal controls, what did we see? Understanding the entity, it is a continuous process, risk assessment procedure, objective of SA 315, and before that, what is audit risk? Audit risk is risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Risk of material misstatement is a function of inherent risk and control risk. That's it. SA 315 itself, that's all is there. SA 315 finally comes to an end. Let me tell you guys, now I am sure you will have a little more clarity than yesterday because multiple times we did the revision in class itself. Yesterday you would have thought, oh, it's little difficult and all will be there. Now it would have been easy. Trust me, after you write the summary notes with your own hand, with your own pen in your own note, and especially if you write small and you try to put all information in just 2 sides. It is possible in just 2 sides. You just have to do whatever I am saying. Trust me, once you do that, you will get utmost clarity with SA 315. Is that clear? It is my responsibility for you to get that clarity. I don't want anyone sitting in this class or watching the class to not be scared of SA 315 because usually all students tend to omit this standard. Will you all omit it? You have already studied it, yes or no? No omitting any standard. I really don't believe in selective studies and going for exam. 100% of the syllabus you have to study. I will tell you why. In case you are thinking 80% of all important topics, if I study and go, you yourself are studying only 80%. How much are you going to remember? 65%? Or 70% you are going to remember in your examination. This itself is a high percentage I am telling. Oh, manasu kashtapadakudadu high percentage. 65% you are going to remember. Now when you go to exam and you write it, how much percentage will you actually be able to write? Maybe 50-55% you will be able to write. Now you all tell me, in theory, it is very difficult to get full marks. Even if you write everything correctly, they might find some keyword mistake and they will reduce a half a mark. In theory especially, but I have seen papers. Full mark is possible. I'm not saying it is impossible, but it is little difficult. Now, if you write for 50 percentage only, how much you will get? 40 becomes difficult. Is that clear? 40 becomes difficult. Don't do this mistake of studying 80 percentage. Always aim to study 100 percentage. Aiming, don't make a mistake. Yesterday also I spoke about aiming should always be for 100 percentage of syllabus completion. Only then you land up at 95 percentage. That is fine. But don't aim for 90, 95, 80, 70, 75. Don't do any of that. Aim for 100, you land at 95, and then you'll remember around 80 percentage, and then you'll write for 70, 65 percentage. There is a possibility for you to get 60 plus only then. Here you are leaving out that possibility itself to get an exemption in this subject. Any subject, not only here, aim to finish 100 percentage. You don't know how they will ask the questions these days. You will think the standard they will never ask the question. If you see last two or three attempts, essay 501 has become the favorite. Small standard, people will omit that standard thinking it is not an important standard, not because it is difficult standard. Thinking it is not an important standard, people will omit, and correctly ICA will come and ask question here only. Is that clear? You all are going to aim to study 100 percentage of the syllabus which is there in your ICA, and then only you will go for examination. For now you can go for short commercial break. Come back at 11:45. Time is 11:30. 11:35. Come back at 11:50. Okay. 11:50. Sharp. I want you all back. Let's start the class for summary notes. You guys know what to do. Once you're done, you can up your hand. Essay 315. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. Please write the name and number of the standard. Done? How long you all will write the name and number? Finish fast. Finished or not? Now start off with audit risk. Please listen here. I hope you have taken a fresh sheet of paper. If possible, left side of the paper you start so that full left and right together you can see only essay 315. Is that okay? So on the left side, top, all your margin, side margin, top margin, down margin, you are going to use every space. Alright? Don't leave line and all. So start off Roman number 1, audit risk question mark. Next page. Audit risk question mark. Please write like this. financial statements are wrong and auditor says it is right. Risk that auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. It is a function of what and what. You all write. Are you all done? Others? Now you write the next one, misstatement. Write the way I am asking you to write. Difference between amount, classification, presentation and disclosure. Now you put that flower bracket of a reported financial statement item and required as per AFRF. Is that okay? Now risk of material misstatement split into two. Inherent risk, control. No, wait. Audit risk you split into two. Risk of material misstatement and detection risk. Now risk of material misstatement again you split into two. Inherent risk and control risk. Detection risk should we split? Sampling and non-sampling risk. Please just put this diagram flow chart somewhere. Why? Done? Next is the objective of SA 315. Objective of SA 315. Two points are there. The first one is to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement at two levels, financial statement level and assertion level, to provide basis for designing and performing further audit procedures. The second point is, for identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement, auditor shall do how many points? Please write those 4 points here. What are the 4 points? Identify the risk, assess the risk, Relate the identified risk. Consider likelihood of misstatement. The next is, what are the risk assessment procedures? Ayyo, correct? Now what is inside inquiry? Just write inquiry, split it into different parts and try to write what is there, whom will you inquire with. Internal audit personnel, employees, in-house legal team, sales personnel, risk management personnel and information systems personnel. 6 people you will be inquiring. Done? Analytical procedures, just write relationship between financial and non-financial data. Analytical procedures, financial and non-financial data. Inspection and observation. What will you inspect? What will you observe? Plant facility, records, IC manual, documents, write all those points there. Whoever is done, up your hand. Are you all done? Up. Done. Next, understanding entity and its environment. How many points are there? 5 points are there. Understanding entity and its environment. One is entity, another one is environment, accounting policy, business risk and financial performance. Please write the 5. Write the 5 in our order. Nature of entity. Write one below the other. Nature of entity. Relevant industry. Accounting policies. Business risk. And financial performance. Listen here, the heading is understanding the entity and its environment. Under that, one below the other, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you are going to write the points. Just write the side headings first. Nature of entity, relevant industry and regulatory requirements, accounting policies, business risk and financial performance. Others done? Up, fully up. Done or not? Change the hand if it is paining. Up fully. What that boy is writing? Some love letter to girlfriend? How long? Now you have written, correct? Now wherever you wrote nature of entity, split into 4. I told write one below the other, correct? You wrote one below the other. Now right side is there. Now where you wrote nature of entity, just split into 4. You wrote like this 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Something you wrote here. Nature of entity is your first point. Split this into 4 like this. Done? Show your book. From there itself you show. Show yours. Good. You have split it into 4. Now write operations, investments, financing, and one is ownership and governance. In the other one, it is FR. Please put slash and write FR because in examples they have given the same 3 things: investment, operating, financing, and financial reporting. Are you done? Good. Now coming to business risk. Split into 3. Split into 3. First one write industry development. Second, new product or service. Third, expansion but demand not known, not estimated. Like this you write the 3 points. Demand not estimated. Second is new product or service. Yes? Now financial performance split into 4. What is past, period on period, financial analysis. Future is the budget forecast. Present is KPI and credit rating reports. This is financial performance. Done. If you are done till here, you know what to do. Others. Voice up. Going to the next one. Write the heading. Understanding entity hyphen continuous process. Example. You write. Example. Risk of middle misstatement, comma 320, comma 510, comma 550, comma 570, 520, 580. In 500 series, apart from 530 and 560, I think all 500 series are there. And 500. Done? You are just writing comma, 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 essay numbers. ROM 320, 510, 550, 570, 520, 580. Are you done till here? Good. Now, this is your left side, correct? Move to your right side. Go to landscape mode. In your left side, how much space you have? 75. 25%. Good. Whatever is there, let it be. You move to the right side and go for landscape mode for internal control fully. Is that clear? Go to right side, because there will be something where you will not have space in right side. That time, if you want, you can use the left side again. But now you go to right side, internal control, everything in one place. Is that clear? Now you're going to start internal control. Now in this landscape mode, the first part is going to have the biggest portion. The second and third is going to be little smaller compared to the first one. Is that okay? Now we're going to start off with the first part, definition. It is a process hyphen DIM. You know what is DIM? Designed, implemented and maintained by management or TCWG to provide, underline that provide, to provide reasonable assurance for the achievement of objectives. What are those 4 objectives? You please write here. What are they? Reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, safeguarding of assets, laws and regulations. What are the objectives? The first one is authorization can be general or specific. Second is recorded in the correct, split into three: amount, account, period. And third is with regard to assets, safeguarding of assets and physical verification. Please write this way. Next is benefits for auditor. Please write benefits for auditor. Identifying two things, designing one thing. Is that clear? The next is limitation. 6 points are there. Okay, you finish till here and then up your hand, okay? I hope you are writing small small and not fat fat. Done? What's your name? Amar. What is that? You have to fill what is there in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Simply you wrote same thing copied from board. What are the points? Confidently showing also. Limitations finish all the 6 points. Right inside also. Who is writing fat fat? Done? Others? Up, fully up. He's putting his hand up like this. It's like communicating something to me. He's like, all girls have completed. What about the boys and the others? Finish fast. Shiva completed. And boy sitting there alone. Finished or not? You only. Then up your hand. Waiting for you only. From that time you were sleeping. Now what is the next one? Study of various aspects. Now you are going to write study of various aspects. You split it here, correct? Under this in middle you write study of various aspects. Is that clear? I am writing it here, study of various aspects. You are still in the first part. Not in the center. In the first part, I told you to split it into 3. The first part is going to be big. After that, you wrote benefits, limitations, everything. After limitations, in the first part itself, the study of various aspects. But in the middle of the first part, you write. Is that clear? Why your first part is so small? You go to second part. No, in the first part down. Yes. Because under study of various aspects, you are going to write the purpose, you are going to write controls relevant to audit, SLM, NCC, DRC, nature and extent of how much the auditor has to do the audit procedure, competence of internal control, and under competence of internal control, control activity, risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring, control environment. Under each of these things, points are going to be there. That's why I said in the first part, middle, you open this. Study of various aspects. Is it clear? Now, under this, the first one, general nature and characteristics of IC. Under this, purpose is given. You know this, correct? Write the answer. Like flowchart only you're going to do. Yeah. If you want, you write like this and keep controls relevant to audit. You are not understanding, right? Write like this and keep under study of various aspects, controls relevant to audit, general nature and characteristics, nature and extent, components of internal control. Done? Is that clear? Guys, are you all with me? What is the issue? See, the first part I told you is the biggest part. Correct? The second part is talking about evaluation and the methods. The third part is the testing part. Now, under the first part, you will be writing the definition, benefits, limitations, study of various aspects. Under study of various aspects, there is going to be 4 other parts. Now, is that clear? Yes? If your first part, like I said, you did not give too much space for first part, that itself is too small. You make the study of various aspects as the second part because you need space to write this. Show your book. Show. First of all, I said landscape. Purpose, have you written the 4 points? The same 4 points. here. This is only the purpose. Please write. Under study of various aspects, 4 points will come. Is it clear? Under general nature and characteristics, have you written the purpose? 4 points. Now controls relevant to audit. Write the mnemonic and expand the mnemonic like this. What is N? C. Another C. D. R. And last S is finished with SLM NCC DRS? Yes? Good. Others, whoever is done, up your hand. What happened? What happened? Nothing. Up your hand. Done. Nature and extent. Under that, how many points are there? 3 points are there. The first one is capabilities with regarding to the design and whether it is able to prevent, detect and correct the misstatement. The second is no, not IAO, risk assessment procedures. IIoT. And the third one is understanding the internal control is not an evidence for its operating effectiveness. Is that clear? IIO? Okay, explain. What's there? What is IIoT? You write here. I is inquiry, inspection, observation, tracing through information system. What happened? Done? What is components of internal control? Crime. Now crime, you leave some space and you keep writing control activity. Risk assessment procedure, information system, monitoring activity, and control environment. Control activity is ISPA with double P. Risk assessment procedure is ISPA with single P, and control environment is shape PC. Now you have to write what is this ISPA? Information processing. If you don't have space, please put comma and write. Segregation of duties, physical control, and performance review, and last is authorizations. Risk assessment procedure, identify the business risk, assess significance of that risk, P is probability, and A is actions. Information systems, input, process, output, journal entry, and access. For monitoring, it helps to assess ongoing activity, timing, customer complaint, and frequent customer comments for small entities. Control environment, what is S, what is H, you please write. This components of internal control, previously I had written it somewhere, correct? Yes. Is it done? Now, for crime, near control activity, can you write something? One small word. Somewhere you will have the space, right? This is the policy and procedure. For risk assessment procedure, right? This is the business risk. For control environment, right? This is talking about culture ethics. Is that clear? Under control environment, first you write culture ethics and then shape PC. What is S, what is H, what is A, fully you have to write. Are you done? What's the issue? Control activity, policies and procedures. I keep telling you, right? Control activity means this is the activity, the internal control activity, which can be there for information processing, segregation of duties, physical control, and all of those things. And if you remember, for each of the things, I had given examples. You see here, for authorization, password protection, performance review, maker checker concept, information system is nothing but the IS controls. Physical controls, who can enter to what place, office access card, segregation of duty, or petty cash example. Like that, if you remember, for each of the terminologies, I had given examples. Do you remember them? Yes, little bit at least you are able to recollect them. Don't simply study it as ISPA. Done with components of internal control? Now you can go to the second part. Third and fourth part. The next part basically, evaluation of internal control enables auditor to know. 10 points are there. These 5 are for management. These 5 are for auditor. Let me see how many points you are able to recollect. Please write the 10 points. Is it done? Online students, I hope you are alive and awake and writing the summary notes with your own hand, your own pen, your own book. Is it done, guys? Whoever is done with evaluation, up your hand. Where is Samira Reddy? Absent? Why? Exam. What exam? Fully up, Sandhya. Boys, only one person has completed. Up. Others. Excuse me, Mr. Amaran. You wrote or not? You completed? Then why your hand is down? Others. Guys, You're writing these 10 points, right? Shiva, done or not? What's your name? What's you only? Iman. Viman. Vimal. From now, Iman is nice. Suiting you. All music directors, Nobel Prize winner, Amaran, Sushmita Sen, Samira Reddy, Sneha, Karthika. Really, his name is Ajit Kumar. Your name is Ajit Kumar. Your father is Ajit fan. Shalini is here only. Father is Shalini fan. Why you are talking about his father and all? Why you talk about him? Done. Evaluation is done. Under that, you write the methods. 4 methods are there. Now we are under evaluation. The evaluation of internal control enables the auditor to know the 10 points. The evaluation methods are these 4 points. Narrative record, checklist, questionnaire and flowchart. Now near that put a hyphen and write the keyword which you have to remember. For narrative record it's exhaustive description. For checklist it is series of instructions. For questionnaire it is comprehensive series of questions. Flowchart is geographical. Graphical representation. Don't take history, geography and all. Now go to the next part, the third part. Done. The first part you wrote all the basic information, definition, limitation, benefits, study of various matters. The second part you wrote the evaluation. Now the third and last part is testing. What is happening there? Some passing the parcel. Testing. Write it in the next part. Testing. Obtain audit evidence with regard to the effectiveness of, split into 2, the design and the operations. After that you tell audit procedures are IIO TR. What is that IIO TR? Along with this part, can you see here? Along with this part you will be writing. inspection of documents, inquiry and observation which leave no audit trail, reperformance, testing of IT. Is that clear? Now, if you have space in this landscape page, you will be writing the special audit considerations there itself. If you don't have space, you all had space in the first side. Yes, you go there and continue with special audit considerations. Under that 6 points, special audit considerations. First one, fraud. Second, complex. Third, changes in regulatory environment. Fourth, related party transactions. Fifth, outside the ordinary course of business or normal course of business or not in arm's length price. And sixth is measurement uncertainty. First one, fraud. Second is complexity. Third is changes in legal and regulatory environment. Fourth is related party transactions. Fifth is outside the normal course of business or ordinary course of business or not in arm's length price. And last one is uncertainty, measurement uncertainty. Is that done? Now please write. You have space there still, correct? In the first side you have space. Now please write identifying significant risk. Identifying significant risk. Split into two. Risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Related party transactions which is outside the normal course of business. Now you wrote risk of material misstatement due to fraud, correct? Due to fraud and related party transaction outside normal course of business. Now you round this risk of material misstatement and then write ROM is higher for these two circumstances. Split into two. Non-routine transactions and the other one is judgmental matters. Yes, under non-routine transactions, please write You have written this. Please write 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Last 4 points. And then again, for judgmental matters, 2 points. For non-routine transactions, management intervention. Management intervention. Hyphen accounting treatment. Second point, manual intervention. Data collection. Third is complex calculations. And fourth is non-routine transactions. Leave it. 3 points enough. Again, judgmental matters. 2 points are there. Accounting estimates, revenue recognition, and second is assumptions about future event. That's it. Assumption about future event. Are you done? Okay. Summary notes only you have written for 1 hour, guys. 1 hour. But you are able to complete it in 2 sides. It's possible. Now are you scared? Not even 2 sides. You could have finished in 1 side itself. You could have finished in 1 side itself. 2 sides is good. Now are you not scared of essay 315? I gave a promise. It is my duty for you to not be scared and to be comfortable. Did you get that comfort level with this standard? Yes, guys. Very good.